What's good, everybody? What is good? Whew. Welcome, of course, to an episode of Opinionated with yours truly. I am your host, Resla. And here on this podcast, pretty much, we get into all kind of real, hard, tough conversations that we need to have, things that we need to explore that become very uncomfortable sometimes when it comes to particular topics. And we do our best, at least we try, to push beyond some of the surface level stuff that everyday people have, of course, with everyday conversations. Today, we are going to be diving into something that has been part of culture for centuries. And that is, of course, the seven deadly sins. Now, you've probably already heard the list already from your time coming up in the world, whether you're a person who is part of church, you have any religious faith, if you are even someone who's up for an anime, they even have a little anime show called, Seven Deadly Sins. And of course, if you don't know what those are, which I can't see why you don't, it is pride, greed, lust, envy, wrath, sloth, and gluttony. Of course, gluttony. And if you're honest, you've probably pointed out some of these actual traits, some of these actual sins, and other people. But let's just think about it for a moment. How often have you actually taken the time to look within yourself to wonder which one of these traits that you might be actually carrying? What if you're really taking a really deep look into not only your life, but your own actions? Could you really be able to point out which sins is the one hiding in your shadows of your soul? So if you haven't already, do yourself a favor, get something to drink, sit down, and let's talk a little bit about it. Let's talk a little bit about some of these virtues and ask some tough questions. Questions about how far are you slipping or have slipped down the path towards demonhood. And keep in mind, not throwing any shade. If you want to go down that path, that's all you. Some people have already embraced the path. Well, I'm not going to judge you yet. It's probably coming though. But we're just here to basically try to have the honest conversation. And hey, if this topic is something that's not for you, that is fine. I am pretty sure it is all good. You can walk away. You can come back some other time when you feel free and you're fit and you're ready for the conversation. But for those who do want to stick around, I want you to get ready. I want you to get time to actually reflect, maybe even laugh a little bit, and maybe we can get a little bit past some of these surface-based truths, right? All right, so let's just go right into it. The first thing I want to tackle, of course, is good old pride. And if we want to talk about pride, we need to also talk about the opposite of pride, because most people will mention the seven deadly, but they don't actually mention the inverse. They don't mention their counterparts. So if we're talking about pride, then we also need to talk about its counterpart, humility. So when we are talking about pride, and we all know pride when we see it, right? We all know it when we see it. Look, my camera's already adding up. We all know pride when we see it. That person who basically tries to walk into a room and basically try to be like they own it. The person who is always basically flexing their muscles. Maybe not physically, whether it's intellectually, whether it's on social media. It's basically the guy or gal who can't let anything go or let anyone forget the accomplishments that they have. But let's be honest, pride isn't always a bad thing. In fact, a little bit of pride can actually help you out because it can help build confidence, it can help you achieve particular goals. But where exactly is the line between healthy pride and arrogance? Where exactly is that line? Pride is often called the root of all evil. Now, I know some of y'all are already thinking, no, it's money. No, pride is what's considered some of the biggest one of the seven sins. This is why we say be careful, because pride comes before a fall. But in the world of hustle culture, in this world of personal brand, by the way, guys, thank you. Shout out to Mayor. Guys, if you haven't noticed, today is the day. Today we are monetized. We are monetized here on the Resla channel. Gotta thank you all. This is the day we are actually monetized. Mayo with the $5. He's the first person to send a super chat. I appreciate you. Yes, milestones, people, milestones. Yes. We're hitting milestones, folks. Yes, we are officially monetized here on this channel. I appreciate Mayo. First person. Love it, man. Love it. We are loving it. I got so much stuff I have to now work at to try to make sure we keep it up there, man. Like, oh, so I'm talking about pride. Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Crazy. Thank you. I love it. I appreciate it. Uh, I was talking about pride, because we pretty much all see this in the world. Oh, I was talking about social media, right? Because we see it in personal branding. Um, but isn't it something that we almost encourage when it comes to our culture? I mean, isn't it one of the things that we consider to have as one of the driving forces behind? Hey, appreciate it. Thank you. Crazy Mama with the 199. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Again, couldn't do it without you guys. Hey, we just started the show. Guys, chill out. Chill out. We are like 7 minutes in. Relax, guys. Sasquatch, what's going on, man? You asked me what's going on. And when it comes to pretty much pride, like you see it pretty much everywhere. Because you see it on Instagram. Hell, you can see it on your and your LinkedIn if you're really, really looking for it. But most of all, I think you can see a lot of it when it comes to TikTok. TikTok is it's crazy. It's all over the place. But if you really sit with it, can pride become something that's ultimately the thing that isolates you? For some people, yes. For some people, no. And when I say something about isolate us, I mean like isolate us from making us blind to actually our own faults. You know, it reminds me of a story, right? I'll be a little bit honest here. When I first started pretty much as content creator, and I was so proud when we started actually helping to build this community. And I remember just thinking like, damn, I can't believe I'm actually got 50 people who actually subscribe to me. The next thing you know, it was 100 people. I was like, holy crap, I started feeling really good. But at least I had a little bit of foresight, because as I started getting into it, I started to notice that I started taking a little bit more pride and started disconnecting not from you guys, but from other people in my own real life, because I started focusing so much more that I wasn't paying attention to people that are actually having my real connections. And for you, if you're a content creator, tell me if you've actually done that before. That was something that was, of course, a new experience for me. And for the chat, for you guys in the chat, I want you to think about at least one time that you were pretty much bragging about something, whether it was small, whether it was big. What was that underlying thing that was your motivations? What exactly was that? And was it why did you do it? Was it for validation? Was that it? Or were you just celebrating something, maybe a personal achievement? I would like to know exactly what was that thing that you were overly proud of. How exactly do you go about practicing humility in your life? That's another thing. And I'm not talking about like the fake humility. I'm talking about the genuine kind, that quiet humility. Is it something that people really do on a regular basis? Oh, appreciate you. The 199. I am Gatsby. Appreciate it. And I guess the next thing we can try to cover is greed. And the opposite of greed would be generosity. Now, this is one of those heavy hitters. Most people don't think about it, but a lot of people end up falling into the category of greed. Whether you're somewhere else on the other lines of the other sins, everybody winds up touching greed. Greed is that kind of sin that basically gets everybody's attention, especially in a capitalistic society. There's no getting around it. We're taught from a young age that you got to get better. You got to get things bigger. There's always a better goal. There's always something new to get. But when does wanting more cross the line into selfishness? When do we get to that part? Is it greedy to want success, money, fame? Or is it only when we're, quote, hoarding and neglecting others that we can look at it as something as being a problem? Oh, Glenn, what's good? Thank you. Glenn rated. That's what's up. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you. Got the Raging Patriot already here. Let's go. Lauren up in here. Yo, Buck White is up in here. Ghost is up in here. Ghost, have you been over here before? I'm not used to that avatar. Izzy was good. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate the raid. And by the way, guys, this is the first official stream where your guy Resla, is actually monetized. Go figure, right? I couldn't do it without you guys' help. You guys have been monumental. You guys have been awesome and actually supporting. And we're only going to be moving more forward in the future. We're going to be doing more stuff in the future. Lady Luck, what's going on? CJ, yay, what's going on, man? Welcome back. Thank you all. Thank you all. So we were talking about the aspects of people who they go through greed. So let me just talk about the other side of that, which is generosity. And generosity is supposed to be basically the antidote. But let's talk a little bit about that for a moment. Because how much generosity is enough? And can generosity itself be tainted by ulterior motives? I don't know. When I was sitting there, I was thinking about that. I think the answer could be yes. Because I know plenty of people who give to charity or they want to help out a friend, but becomes a point where generosity starts to feel like it's performative. You know, the type who who goes, look at me. Oh, aren't I such a great person because I give to people? Oh, I'm so giving. I'm so charitable. Can true generosity exist without expecting something in return? For me, yes, but we got to ask ourselves, what exactly is that line? And I'm thinking about a point in my life where I ran across someone. I used to work with someone, right? Who they were the kind of person who used to donate every year to charity. They would always be out there. They would volunteer. They would donate. But the funny part is that when they had a friend that was in need, it was goddamn crickets. Is that real generosity? Like, they have no problem spending all their time at a soup kitchen or donating their goods or giving out money to charity. But would you give $20 to their own friends? Is that real generosity? Or is it just a way for them to make themselves feel good? I for sure have definitely learned the hard way that sometimes generosity is more about the motives than it is the actions themselves. That's the way how I've come to see it. I mean, let's just be a little honest here. Have you ever been greedy? The answer is yes. Not just with money, though. Greed is not simply about money, folks. It's not. You could be greedy with time. You could be greedy with attention. You could be greedy with affection. What was it about that situation that basically made you say, I need to hold on to this something so tightly. I need to make sure that I just keep it for myself. But we start experiencing greed. And on the other side, When was the last time that you were genuinely generous without expecting anything in return? How exactly did that feel? Can you remember the last time you actually did that? All right, let's move a little bit forward because I already feel like I can really hold up on greed for a lot because a lot of people end up touching on greed. Let's talk about lust. And hey, Sasquatch, you've been saying it for a while. Lust, actually, the opposite of lust is chastity. You got charity up there, but I got chastity. And it took me a while to really think about this one, so I had to look it up when I was actually on Glenn Lawrence's panel. So if you're thinking about lust, right, the sin that basically everybody loves to talk about, lust is that complicated one because let's face it, sex is everywhere. It's in your ads, it's in your movies, it's in your memes, it's on TikTok. But when does it cross the line from being natural to being a problem? Is lust the only is lust really only about physical attraction, or does it run deeper? And how do we actually view that when it comes to relationships? When I consider chastity, on the other hand, it's often misunderstood because people tend to think that chastity is about celibacy. But is it possible to practice chastity while still being sexually active in a healthy, respectful way? Or is chastity about having control over your own impulses, your urges? Is chastity just really all about control, self-control? I don't think people really give chastity its due. You know, I had relationships where lust was pretty much the driving force. I'm not even gonna lie. And I've had others where connection and actual people who like really intimacy took priority. And let me just tell you, let me tell you right now, yo, those were completely different experiences. And I learned that when you prioritize lust too much, it overshadows everything else. Let's be honest. How many times did we hear about, man, the body was nice, man. The body was nice, the eyes was nice, or whatever, but that person was the wrong person for you. That person was a train wreck because of lust, because of the urges. But does that mean that just because you lust, you're sinning? Or are you learning? Lust seems to be the one that eventually somebody's gonna fall upon. When was the last time you acted on pure lust? How did it impact your relationships? And when I talk about your relationships, I mean it could be with your family, it could be with your friends, it could be with significant other. And I give you what I thought of chastity, right? What exactly is your definition of chastity? Does it apply just strictly to be physical, like in a relationship, or can it speak to more larger things when it comes to engaging in emotional, or at least in a mental state? That's just my wonder. And I think we're halfway through it. What else I need to cover? Let's cover it. Let's cover envy, because the opposite of envy is kindness. Envy. To be envious. And it's such a subtle sin, right? It sneaks up out of nowhere. Because it doesn't always show itself in the most obvious of ways. Sometimes you have to have other people point out the fact that you're a hater. But let's be honest, we all know that feeling when we see something or we see someone doing something that's better than us or getting something that we want. We've experienced that since we were children. Envy often starts with us simply just comparing ourselves to the other person, to other people. And let's just be honest, the comparison game is everywhere, especially online. Let me cook for a moment, and I got the link for you. Let me cook for a moment. Let me lay the groundwork. But I think when it comes down to it, when does it become too much? And how does envy eat away at us piece by piece? Now I think about the flip side real quick when we talk about kindness. And man, it's kind of hard for people to even be really looked at this day and age as being genuinely kind, especially against people who are feeling envious, because it almost seems like envious people have excuses. And we often see kind people just being as nice. But is it really that simple? Or is kindness something we practice only when we're not struggling with the feeling of feeling inadequate? It's just a question. I'm sure you have your own theories about it. I think envy pushes people into an area where they want to act. And some people are in envy because they simply regret. And some people even come to the point where they freaking sabotage, whether it's relationships or other opportunities. I'm trying to think if there's anything I left behind. No, I think I covered all of them. Oh, but mine is gluttony. And gluttony, let's just be honest, it's a lot of people push it on food. Now, I think it's that beginning aspect that can lead to greed. Well, all of them could lead to greed, to be honest with you. But these are my earlier thoughts just based on the conversation that I was actually having with Glenn. But again, these are my thoughts. What are your thoughts? Dropping the link in the chat, folks. For those who need to know, it is pinned at the top of the chat. Give me your thoughts on what we feel, not only about the 7 sins, and let's stick to the 7 sins. And most of all, which sin do you believe sits in your soul the most? If there's anyone up here who believes they are without sin, good luck. Sasquatch, my guy.
What up, baby? Congratulations.
What's going on? I appreciate it. Old mate, what's going on?
Chilling.
I appreciate it. What's going on? And I appreciate everybody who's already donated to me. Again, it looks so nice to see that super chat button. Let me just tell you. We're just at the beginning. It looks so nice to see that super chat button. Let me just. Doc, what's going on? Lawrence, what's going on?
We get it working.
I got an ambulance truck that's like slow riding past my block.
Yeah, they creeping.
They are creeping.
I'm so just like I'm so quiet, just listening.
You have amazing echoes, brother.
Yeah, and the delay on it is crazy.
You have
Ron,
amazing
what's going on? Yeah, and the delay on it is crazy.
Okay, there we go.
Lauren with the 5. Thank you for the super sticker, Lauren. I haven't seen that one before.
She pays extra if you eat on camera.
Is that what it is?
Am I not supposed to say that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blow your cover, Lauren. But it'll get you more chews, I guess. Okay, all right. So you were pretty much laying out the deadly sins is what it comes down to.
Yeah.
But you didn't say as much, did you? Or did I miss that part?
I listed them. I think most of us point out sins when it comes to other people. I don't think we really take the time to see which one is really on our shoulder.
Well, it does take an awful lot of challenging time to recognize one's own sins. Even when they're placed directly in front of you, you can just blindly deny it.
Fucking facts. Yeah, facts, bro. So Resla, what's the worst deadly sin on your shoulders? What's the worst one?
The worst one is considered to be pride. I say,
Okay,
like,
yeah,
this
okay,
is what
cool.
this is my, so people have come to a general consensus of saying that pride is the ultimate one, because pride can also be overconfidence that could be considered a positive, and also arrogance, which of course is considered negative. But let's just be honest, of all the sayings, the one that they hold the most is pride comes before a fall.
Fall. All
Yeah,
right.
I'm with you. I'm with
So
you,
let's
bro.
get out of
I'm
these
with you. Yeah,
individuals.
pride. Yeah.
Now, personally speaking, I think someone that lands into an area where they focus solely on any one sin, you pretty much have put yourself in an area where you're a demon.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a demon. Lust has got me. But
Yeah, me too.
I-
Me too. I'm a fucking demon.
when you're discussing gluttony and lust, aren't we really talking about the same general motivation? I mean, isn't it the act, envy as well, the act of consumption?
Well, so the idea of, so the thing with gluttony, envy, and lust is that they all start off as urges. The thing about and this is why I say greed is that center. It's that fork in the road that leads to everywhere else. Because it doesn't matter on what other area you are. If you are on lust, eventually, unless you're just lusting for one particular thing, if you want more, you start becoming greedy. The thing about gluttony, we already know gluttonous people immediately start getting into greed.
But isn't that honestly just a lack of self control when it comes down to it? Aren't all of these sins merely an avenue to self control? They are.
Correct.
Yeah, but bro, are they sins? Like, what? That's
Oh,
a
that's
very
what I
good
didn't
question.
talk about.
A
The
very
only
good
thing I
question.
mentioned
Yeah.
was wrath. Wrath I did not mention.
Wrath is its own sort of critter there now, ain't it?
Yeah.
It's not like the rest of them, are they? It's
No, I think
Yeah,
not.
they're
wrath,
sins.
wrath is its
Actually,
own beast.
actually, I think they're sins. I'm new to this, but I think they're sins. Like, if you're gonna go watch porn, you're gonna eat, take away food, gonna do all the things. How are you going to protect yourself against that? Right? There's one way. There's one way to protect yourself, which is what?
Bro, you're here to walk us through the gate, not for us to lead you along the path. Don't ask me questions about your points, please.
Oh, you sound very Christian right now. You sound very Christian.
A strange response, but okay.
I know, bro. I know.
You want me to sound Christian? Do you really want some? Well, I will pray for your soul. I will come down there, lay my hand upon your head, and bless you into the middle of next week.
Brother, bless you. Bless you till next week. Bless you, brother. Bless you.
What's good, Army Vet?
I know. That's really good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Until I get half liquored up, I actually get the accent right.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. Okay. Shit. I'm gonna back off.
I was a
Okay.
near miss for a Southern Baptist minister. It almost happened.
So Sasquatch, you say yours is lust.
It comes down to a lack of self-control.
One, or do you have the combination? I think most people have a combination.
It's a combination in every single soul out there, son.
I don't think most people well, which one do you think you got started on? Like I said, most people tend to pick up greed, no matter which one you're on. Which one do you think you started on? Would you think it was lust?
Bro, it's greed would be that. I was born absurdly poor. Like, it was ridiculous exactly how broke my family was when I look back on it. And
Are you sure it's greed or was it?
Some people just like
Was
some
it?
people are okay with just with
Yeah. Sorry,
living.
bro. Sorry to interrupt.
Some people are okay
Was
living
it?
dirt poor though. Like, did you want more? Like, were you envious that other people had it?
yes,
So
absolutely.
envy was your driver that you just
I mean,
go
I
to greed.
witnessed, as far as driver, I don't know. I don't interact with people that incite certain feelings. If I have feelings at all about you, I'm not going to talk to you at all. They're icky. They get in the way of everything, and they ruin absolutely every relationship you get into.
Good man. Good man. Good man. Yeah. Good man.
What are yours? What are your sins, sir?
What are your sins? We're doing confession right now on fucking. We're doing confession on the internet. What the fuck?
Yes, sir. What are your sins? Everybody has them.
Well, you start. You start.
All right, so here's how you do it, sir. You say, "Forgive me, Sasquatch, for I have sinned," and then you tell me what it
Forgive me,
was.
Sasquatch. Forgive me, Sasquatch. You fucking idiot.
You gotta start somewhere. I'm gonna pray for you. You will be saved in time.
Hey, bro, I have so many sins. Like I went to, I went to confession probably 35 years ago. Yeah, I've got a fucking list. You know, I've got a fucking list to. Just saying. But actually, the list isn't that big.
Well, you got up to 7, so either you're putting the royal or you're picking up all 7. So which one?
No, dude. I'm pretty cool. I didn't do so many bad things. A couple of bad things, but not so much.
Not about which sin are you carrying? You're carrying something.
Yeah, fornication. Yeah, fornication. There you go. Fornication. There you go. That's my biggest sin.
So I would call that gluttony.
Yeah, true. Is that Carney's ride?
It's Carney's ride.
Oh, what up?
It's Carney's ride. Hey, bro, good to see you. Yeah.
CJ, what's yours?
Well, I
What's your biggest sin?
I definitely started out with envy. That was kind of the motivation, like we were talking about earlier. That sent me. He's phenomenal at that. That sent me on this path of trying to better myself and everything. Long story short, it looks like it'll never be enough for these Christians or whatever you want to call them. But you know, I tried, and I think I've gotten past the looking around and comparing myself.
Yeah, bro.
Stage.
Yeah, bro. Never enough for Catholics, but probably okay for Orthodox. That's I've just.
Sir, I guarantee you the Amish have enough.
True.
I've been trying my best to get someone of you guys to invite me to your church so I could see for myself, because I do not trust them. I cannot find a single person that will actually vouch for a church and that I could actually see that they go there themselves.
Hey, bro, I fucking muscled up, and last week I went to my first liturgy, my first matins.
I'm not going by myself.
No, go along. They're fucking friendly, bro.
Yep, they're so friendly. And I can know that they go there.
Really excellent black churches down here in the South, bro. I'm talking singing, dancing, break dancing.
I'm closer to going to a black church at this point.
Oh, dude, it's the food is just better in general. And here's the weird. You go to
so fucking friendly, bro. They were so friendly. I just walked up and said,
so there's a huge dichotomy in the middle of all this.
It was so funny.
So real quick, Patriot. I would say, to me, that sounds like a combination of lust and sloth.
Does one sin lead to multiple abuses of the other? What the fuck are you talking about?
It all comes down to a lack of self-control.
How I read that. You stay there because of your urges and your feelings for that person, but you also don't perform any actions to get yourself out of it.
You know, there's one sin that I haven't really heard anybody talk about.
Yeah, go on.
You're lazy about getting yourself out that situation.
No, the big sin right now, the big sin in our community is watching OnlyFans. You fucking pufters, don't watch OnlyFans. Get the fuck off that. Get the fuck off that.
Account, so I wouldn't know.
I wouldn't know. Mukbangs, bro.
And you know. Carney's ride. What's yours?
Oh, there's pride, man. There's pride. There's vanity. Dude.
Yeah, I know, right? I know. There's so many sins. There's so many fucking sins. And okay.
Well,
here's the question.
The 7 that, you know, the deadliest sins. And, you know, some of us, we live on that line.
Yeah, but Connie, how do you be a good cunt? Like how does anybody be an actual good cunt? What do you got to do to be a good cunt?
Talk trash, but do no evil.
I like it.
Do no harm.
I like it.
Take no shit.
Yeah, give no inch. Don't give a fucking inch.
No, that's a good cut, right? When it comes down
Yeah.
to it, you're not actually causing harm. You're just making people realize that words don't cause harm, right?
I know,
I
but
can
they think you're causing harm. That's
that's
it's so
fine.
fucking.
They'll get over it. They get some little butt hurt powder and get right the hell over it. What I'm not going to do is go out there and beat anybody with a lead pipe because we disagree. That is absurd. We can disagree,
No.
sir.
You bring the lead pipe if they bring out, an axe handle. That, you up the stake. But,
I think yeah, I think our mate's right. Our mate's right. You fucking hold your ground and don't give 1 inch. Don't give an inch. Right?
Honestly, when it comes down to that 1 inch, it might be how fine she is. I might give her an inch or two.
Oh
maybe
yeah,
3 or
fair.
4.
Yeah, fair call. Fair call.
Sure you will.
Yeah, but seriously, we've been we men have been beaten down.
What about women?
Not
You
1 inch.
Men, and I heard women.
I heard women.
I heard
Alex,
women, and that's not what you're trying to say, sir.
sorry, bro. I'm just gonna respond to Trat. Alexandria, just the tip. Yeah, okay. If you want, just the tip. That's all you get. Okay.
just for a second, the world's first lie.
Hey, Resla, what the fuck's going on here, bro? With your panel, what's going on? Take control. Take control.
You've been here just as long as I have.
Oh man, it's your panel though.
So the one I deal with for sure has definitely been pride. I already know.
Oh, pride.
Pride is mine. Salute, Cellulite. Pride has been mine for a while. I'm better at it, but I have not controlled it. I have not tamed it.
You fucking misogynist because you have pride. You fucking man. That's how awful of you, right?
Here's my question on that. When you're talking pride, when you're speaking on pride, are we talking about the internal knowledge of superiority? The fact that I'm actually just better than you are? Or are we talking about gloating, showing people that I'm better than you are?
The thing about the pride aspect is that's where we go as to where's too far, because you can be super confident in your abilities and not even really recognize what you're doing around people. And then there are those who are arrogant. That's also their sense of pride. And then there's the ones who are gloating and putting people down and everything else. They have a self-inflated ego.
Yeah, but what if you Resla? Right? Sorry, bro. Resla. What if you're like what if you are competent? You are competent and you have pride. Is that a sin?
Yes, it falls on the pride.
Oh my god, really? Oh shit. Okay, I failed. I didn't think it was. I thought being competent and competent was like a cool thing. Why?
Wait, let me just say this right now. There's no one who has pride that's not confident.
I don't know about that, bro. I don't know. Okay, wait a second. They might be competent in some sphere. Somewhere.
Yes.
But that goes along with the same, like I say, the greatest basketball player is in the Peruvian Andes picking freaking coffee right now. He's somewhere in the world where he's never touched a basketball in his life.
Unfortunately, false confidence is still confidence.
Yes, which is kind of cool. Which is, I gotta say, it's still kind of cool.
No, you're on this. You got this one pegged. I can't. You got me in a box on this one. Okay, I can see that point, sir.
I love false confidence. It's fucking. I love false confidence. That's amazing.
False confidence, like there are people, they just go out fooling everybody else that they got it, and people.
It's called imposter syndrome at its root, though.
Yep.
Really, it's that feeling like I had a couple of jobs that because I was able to read all of the things that they needed read, I got promoted because I had a high reading level. That was it. I was able to read the written word out loud, legibly. So I ended up catching a couple of promotions. Next thing I know, I'm sitting in an office over here with a dartboard. I spend most of my
Nice.
days doing the freaking dartboard. I lost my freaking monkeys, dude. I could not do it. Paul
I
Bunyan.
know. I get you, bro. I get you.
Anything under the sun except nothing.
So maybe you can help me out with that. So we were talking with Glenn before the conversation kind of shift. So there are passages I guess you can read. There are passages in the Bible that you can read that can note to different areas when it comes to the sins. But yes, it doesn't say like, I guess it does not say specifically greed, lust, envy, like, but it does tell you like there are passages that will tell you about these different things and what to be wary of. And there are actual stories that show people who have exhibited these traits.
No, fair cool. I think also if you live, you'll find them yourself. you'll just find them by yourself.
Well, no, you'll find them looking at other people. Can you find them in yourself? That's
Oh.
the question.
Oh.
Most
Oh,
people don't want to
okay.
look at themselves.
Yeah, fair cool. Fair cool.
I like my girl because she does this. Like we'll have a disagreement about something, and I'm like, I don't give a shit about that thing or that person. And she said, you know what? You're a hater. And I'm like, why would I hate? I don't
You're
care.
a hater. You're a hater. What a fucking thing to say.
But
That's fucking terrible, bro. That's terrible. That's
but
terrible.
Disregarding what they have is somehow hating.
Huh.
And to me, I'm just like, I'm indifferent. I couldn't care less.
I'm indifferent. Okay, so Shamri in the chat, the Bible doesn't explicitly mention the so-called deadly sins, but they are derived from scripture. Yeah. Smart guys wrote about them, right? Smart guys just wrote about them.
No,
Well,
right.
Yeah, so Resla, where do they come from? The 7 deadly sins.
Lack of self-control, sir.
The things that we're all fallible on.
Yes.
The things that are most easiest to point out.
Yes. Yeah.
And we still deal with it today.
Every day. We deal with it every fucking day. I know, right?
So I like part of the thing that we were talking about over in Glen Lawrence, because I said one of the urges one of the things that we fall victim to, I was like, especially when we start getting into the demon part, right, is people who are addicts. That's a demon.
Oh, bro. The demon thing is really big. That's a point of contention.
When you got people like how they are now on this like meth and xylazine and everything else, that's a demon. You've given over to that lust demon.
What I've had an issue with when having this conversation is people want to define what a demon is and utilize religious scripture and name some and all that silliness. And I'm like, dude, can we agree that it is a detriment to society in general and definitely to our fellow men, and that these are the demons? I mean, does it matter whether it's a physical being running around wreaking havoc or it's just
well, it does matter. It does matter.
Really?
Yeah. Are demons real? It fucking matters. Are demons real?
I disagree. No more effect that they have had on us. I don't believe that it makes a difference whether you believe demons are physically real or if you just accept the detriment that this activity.
I think it does. I think it matters a lot, right? So if I think there's kind of a half psychological demon or a real demon, I'm going with the second one.
I think it's about your vice, but let's be honest, all of your demons play the same way. They have to first rob you of your will.
What do you mean?
Self-control. Your self-control.
They have to take your discipline. You have to surrender it to them. That's the first thing.
It's like every abuser in history ever. Look what you made me do type stuff. They can't make you do anything. You choose to do these things for whatever reason the demons give you.
Mm-hmm. And that thing that makes you feel
Wow.
good, wherever you are in that 7, the promise of more of that is how they fall into it. Let's be honest. People who drink a lot, they're still chasing. People who are drug addicts are still chasing.
It's true.
People who are gamblers are still chasing.
I didn't become a drug addict by having self-control. It was a lack of self-control that led me straight there.
There you go.
It was reestablishing my self-control that got me off of it. And that was hard. It was very much like the Paul Bunyan story I mentioned earlier, where I can do anything except nothing. I had to learn to do nothing. And it's difficult. It's hard because if you do anything while you're in the midst of withdrawal, it turns into going to get dope. I don't care. You can go to church and somehow some random person will walk in and try to hook you up while you're in church. It's a demon.
Yeah. And again, this is why we also have this thing, like whether you're religious or not, we all say we have our own demons to battle. You didn't do what, CJ? Because it says you're in, but like not in. You're not up here, but it says you're in backstage now, so can't pull you up. So I don't know what it is. You got to check your connection.
Just drop out and come back. Might have to restart your phone, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck, is he gone? Oh, really? He's fucking gone.
But yeah, this is why you have to battle your demons. And I said the first thing you have to do is to want help. You have to
bro, like demons, what do you mean? Like that's fucking fighting words. That's really fucking full on.
Why? It's the thing that plagues you. So for instance, okay, he dropped again. So there's a I was mentioning this to Glenn. For instance, my demon I fight is alcohol. There are plenty of times I have a plan, I'm not going to drink. And let that second day start coming by when I'm just like not dealing with alcohol. And I can tell you all the things that I'm thinking about, all the things that I want to feel. And then most of all, when I'm not thinking, what I end up start prepping for. All of a sudden, I know I just need to go out. I just need to go to the store. I may need to get a couple of things, but I find myself automatically walking to the liquor store, and I'm like, "Damn it, I'm not supposed to."
Yeah. When you're an alcoholic, there's a liquor store in every corner. When you're a dope addict, there's a dealer on every corner. But when you want to get clean, you know where you got to go? The recovery center. You know what you got to do? They can't help you. You have to.
Yeah, bro. No, bro. Resla was saying, like everywhere is clean. Everywhere is clean, right? So you're saying every fucking liquor store, every fucking whatever. Resla's saying everywhere is clean. Am I wrong?
I'm confused.
I know, right? I know.
I'm not sure I got that.
Yeah. So, everywhere Resla goes is fucking clean. It's just like it's simple. It's really fucking simple.
But everywhere I go is clean?
Yeah.
How is it clean?
Because you're fucking solid. Because you know who you are, and you go fuck.
No, knowing who I am. Don't get me wrong. Knowing who I am means that I'm only comfortable with my monster. That doesn't mean that I still don't have to fight it.
Right? Yeah, no.
Really?
I'm cuddly with my monster. I know the monster is there.
Doing this, and I'm like, I know this isn't good for me, but I like it. And then you don't see me doing this. I still have alcohol. These are also 2 vices.
Oh, bro, you fucking dickhead. Here we go.
What's good, sir? What's going on, man?
What up? What up?
No, you fucking dickhead.
I decided to come up here and derail the conversation.
Yeah, get on, beard. Get on, beard.
You know what? What's your vice? We're talking about 7 deadly sins. Which one do you think is your vice? Which one haunts you, sir?
Which are the seven?
I reckon. Old mate with
What are
beard has no fucking vices. You fucking dick. I reckon he's got none.
Hold up. Sorry, you said which ones are they?
Yeah, what are they?
Yeah.
What are
Pride.
the seven deadly sins?
Pride, greed, lust,
Pride.
envy,
Fucking gay. Fucking gay.
wrath,
It's like that.
God damn! Boy, you always got the drunks on the goddamn panel, don't you? Jesus Christ!
I ain't even,
Hey, Australia, nice to meet you.
I'm not even did that myself. So
envy.
Yeah. And let me know.
Australia.
Let me know which ones you want me to break down.
You probably gotta break down all of them because I'm not greedy. I'm not a greedy person. Lustful.
Oh no, everybody has greed.
No. Everybody has greed.
Greed is the central hub to the rest of the 6.
This is the thing. I think having greed and being greedy can be two different things.
Explain.
Okay, so you can have some sort of greed, right? Like love. Right? You want
Lust.
everybody to love you. No, love you. Let's just stick with love. We don't go with lust. Let's just stick with love. But I think you can have that sort of greed. But if you're a greedy person, you don't want anybody else to have any fucking thing. It's like being kind. Not everybody can be kind, and you know what me and you both said before. Usually, people who get kind, excluding old people who get kind on not paying a light bill or some shit like that. But say you get a letter in the mail stating, if you give me $500, I'll give you back 10,000. Usually, that's a greedy person. I'm not that type. I can see right through the bullshit. So I think having greed and being greedy can be two different things.
Well, the thing about greed is that it normally starts with another sin in order to get there. So, for instance,
So what's kind?
Hold up. So, for instance, there are people.
Just saying.
If they want something that someone else has, that starts with envy. If they are overconfident and they wish to take as much as they can, that starts with pride. If they are someone who has lustful urges, but they don't want to stick to one person, then that starts with lust. Lust can also lead to greed.
Oh no, bro. So what's kind, right? So let's imagine.
So for instance, if I'm lustful, let's just say if I only have eyes for Lady Luck, right? I'm lustful towards her. But if I can't keep my hands off of every kind of woman that I want, I'm just a whore now. That's greed.
No, fair enough. But what about kind? I'm just kind. I want to give all my love, like I'm kind. Is that? Where does it fit in? That's so strange, bro. It's so strange. I'm kind.
Hold on there, bro. He said kind.
Lady Luck gotta interpret that shit for us. I had no clue what he's talking about.
He heard you say kind, thought you said kind, and now he's in this conversation.
Fuck off, kid. No.
What kind of whiskey you on? The devil knows his own. What kind of whiskey you on? The devil knows his own.
Oh my god, these fucking dickheads. Fucking hell. Okay, fair enough.
You answer the question.
Thanks for having me out, Resla.
Yeah, I'll wait.
I know what kind of whiskey you on, sir. You on that yak. I get it. Me and Resla there every Friday.
Bye, everyone.
Hey, Lady Luck, what's going on? So, first, I want to know, which sin do you believe you have hanging over you? And then what are your thoughts on the conversation so far?
Okay, well, I'd like to start by saying, forgive me, Sasquatch, for I have sinned.
Bless you, my child.
I believe sloth is the worst thing that just wanting to do stuff, but then thinking, oh no, I need to relax. Or
Which one you say?
Sloth. She said sloth.
People are talking over me, so.
Oh, okay.
Hey, girl, go to a priest and fucking apologize. Not this guy. What the fuck are you doing? Like, seriously, why here?
You muted,
Can I answer
Resla.
the question now?
Oh, mate, what the hell are you saying? You all over the
Yeah,
place.
don't do it here. Don't do it here. Go and see your priest and fucking apologize. Not here.
Wait. She already gave her Hail Mary to freaking Sasquatch. Did you not hear it when she walked in?
Yeah, I heard, and I was saying, stop, fucking
She
stop.
gave her tithes already.
What
Go
up,
and
There was
tell
a
your
Cousin?
joke
priest.
earlier in the show, sir. Weren't you watching?
Yeah, I was watching. It was fucking terrible. Go and speak to your priest. Not this cunt. What the fuck? What the
Did
fuck?
I come up here for your advice?
What?
I'm so
What?
lost.
What?
This must be foreign wars.
Can you decipher
Something
any
like
of
that.
that?
This is a white crowd.
Had to go down the rabbit hole.
Usually I'm good, but like I'm losing it.
Well,
My
Yeah.
ears
I've
are
What
come
I
up
ringing.
said
to
was. What I said was confess to your priest, not some random cunt on the internet. Am I
Who-
bad
Okay,
for
well,
that?
okay, well, that's your
Okay.
opinion, and that's fine. But I've come up here to give my opinion.
Sure. Do you,
So,
babe? Do you, babe? Do you, babe? Yeah, full. Yeah, cool.
I will
So-
Do
do,
you,
babe.
babe?
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Since
Awesome.
she's gonna do her,
Awesome.
Lady Luck, what's your opinion?
So, my worst deadly sin is sloth, like putting things off, and then regretting it later. Things like that, just and reflecting and thinking, well, you wasted time and having regrets. So I don't like putting. That's why I don't like putting things off. And if I do, I feel like that's the worst thing in the world for me.
Interesting.
So procrastination. Hold on. So that's procrastination, right? So
Yeah,
that's a,
babe.
that's a deadly
That is
sin.
the worst. That is
Yes, it is.
that is the
It's a
most
deadly
lame sin.
Oh,
That's the
yeah.
most lame sin in the world.
No,
That's
no.
the
Well,
most
I got
lame
it then.
Well, that's
I
your
got it then.
opinion, sir. You can have
Hey,
it.
chill. So LA. So the idea of sloth is also never taking action and things are always just happening to you.
Oh, yeah, that's the story of my
That's
goddamn life.
correct. That's the
So
definition.
the opposite of sloth is diligence.
Yeah, I'm sloth
know,
down to
bro.
the rocks.
I know, but bro, it's so nice to just fucking hang around and do fucking nothing, and just it's so nice, like it really is. It's the hardest thing to fucking work against. I enjoy it all the time. Just
that's the
sit
one.
around.
That's the one I don't experience anymore. Sasquatch.
Is it a bad thing to allow things to just happen?
Well, it depends. You want to live a life where things just happen to you and you never take control.
I've been like that for 41 years, sir. I'm used to it by now.
Oh shit! You fucking puffed up, feeding him, right? Like really? 41 years? What the fuck? 41 years?
If
Are
it ain't
you a
broke, don't fix it.
monster? I mean, you've got this weird, like, uncanny valley thing happening where nobody quite knows what you're talking about. It's like you're on a 3-minute delay or something. It's very strange and awkward.
Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you said 41. I'm pretty sure you said 41 years, which is fucking impressive. 41 years. That's fucking impressive. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
All I can hear is curse
I mean,
words.
we don't live in biblical times. People live old now. we can live past 33.
I am king procrastinator, sir. Always have been. I am king procrastinator, and I hate it about myself. But at this point, I'm so
me
used
too.
to it.
Me too, bro. Yes.
Let me get rolled my turkey.
I just don't. Yeah.
That's very.
You fucking asshole.
I did not expect
Fucking
sloth
king.
to be something.
Wow,
Yeah, you
man.
King professional. You fucking dickhead. King
president.
Fuck off you.
Wow.
I know, it's awful. It's awful. It's awful.
I hope I don't act like this on Fridays.
Unfortunately,
like
I'm
Saturday
still,
early
I'm
morning.
still learning about
Down on a Wednesday.
Yeah, I saw your comment.
CJ, you get a girlfriend yet?
Nah, not right now.
Might go ahead and buy a
I
hooker,
got one that
sir.
keeps cycling back though. I don't know what you call that.
Somebody you keep on hitting raw.
I mean, is there any point to wrap it up for me anymore?
No, sir. Just
Oh,
go out with a bang.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just
Take 2 pills and call a doctor in the morning. That's all right.
yeah.
That's what Resla do.
Sounds like a her
Hey,
problem, not a me problem.
That's a fact.
Yeah, the chat, you can get fucked. The chat's fucking coming after me. Okay, fuck off. Okay, probably true. Just saying, boys. Just every now and then, part way look at this, part way go chat, and the chat is fucking off there. Please. Yeah, they're fucking.
Carney, whatever you smoking, old may need some.
Yes, please.
Well, it's not even midday in Australia, Resla, so.
If that was the case, he'd pass out, which would be very nice.
So, Resla, the 7 deadly sins originated from the Catholic Church, yeah?
I believe so. Yes.
Hang on. One last call. Locksmith fucking Jeremy. Yes, okay, bro. Okay. The chat's fucking lit. Okay. Back to the panel. Okay. So we're trying to solve all the problems of the world.
I think you missed the topic of the show, sir.
We're definitely not trying to solve the world's problem. We're trying to solve our own problems.
Is it the same thing? It's kind of the same thing, bro.
No, it's not the same thing. For me to bring up topics that will have you think about yourself and your own position is not the same way as having me bringing up topics that will try to reach out to the world. I don't try to indoctrinate.
I reckon if you solve problems right now, you'd solve problems in the whole fucking world. I'm just gonna say it'll fucking grow. Like you solve it here, and it fucking expands out into the world. No, true, bro. Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
Listen,
Charles.
I think somebody's been on the source,
I've been out for a few days. I came back. This is what it is right now.
Yeah, that's what your ass get. Talking about you want to take a break. You come right back to the bullshit again. Congratulations.
I only took 2 streams off.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah. Hey, bros. Let's do a really weird thing and concede to fucking.
Let's not do a really weird
concede to Resla. Resla's in charge. Resla.
Let the host talk, buddy.
Hey.
Let's let the host talk. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just saying the host is dead, right? Bicky is dead, and Babs is also fucking half dead. But we have Resla here to take control.
I don't know who Babs is either.
Who the fuck is Babs?
That's that whiskey guy. I'm thinking people here. I know it.
That's one of the shadow people.
Mm-hmm.
You see, he's doing it right now. Resla, take control. Take control, right? Yeah.
Well, he would if you didn't stop interrupting, mate.
I don't know if this is something that's letting me know I need to put down the yak and need to go to a clinic.
No, sir. I'm about to give me one. Don't worry about it.
Nice work.
If I don't start drinking, I'm just gonna leave, man. Because I don't understand what's going on. I
have no idea what's going on.
I feel like we should be having
a conversation
about the 7 deadly sins, and yet
this is what happens.
Yeah, man, don't derail it. Resler's got a great channel, and he's got a great chat, and he has great people up on the panel. So let's just keep on topic. And
I feel very
let everyone talk, and don't talk over them like you're doing right now to me. Thank you.
Yes. How about you shut up? I feel very confident that Resla could take control. I think he could.
Everybody else gets a freaking talk up here. You're not up here to have a monopoly.
You don't get to tell me to shut up, buddy.
Don't I? Pretty sure I can.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't. You don't. If you're doing a one-on-one and I put you 2 up on the screen to do a one-on-one, then you absolutely can. Outside of that, no, you don't.
Let's go one-on-one.
Mate, you should see the signs, mate. Read the chat. Everyone in the chat is complaining about you interrupting.
Shut up. You should shut up, right?
So why don't you wake up to yourself?
Pull your head in. Why don't you shut up?
Hey, old mate, hold on.
No, it's all good.
Have some respect for the host, man.
I totally forgot. Hold up, folks. I totally forgot. I'm monetized. Yo.
Oh. What
exactly, Resla? That's
2
my point.
Act accordingly. I just realized it.
Okay, I will act accordingly.
And I do have rules that's going to roll out. I haven't officially put them out, so I'm not going to really hold you guys to a big standard. Not just yet.
Fair call.
But I'll let you know. I see you, Alex. You don't have to be on camera if you don't want
to.
Thank you.
What about me? Oh, fucking hell, man. What about me?
Baby.
Alex, so.
I've got food. I've got food.
I said Alex. God damn it. What's your sin?
What are the seven deadly sins? Can you go through them again?
Sure. So we have
food.
Hey, I'm talking. She's talking to me.
Yeah, I am.
So listen them off. Starting with pride. Next one's going with greed. Next one's going with lust. Envy, wrath, sloth, and gluttony.
What would wrath be? Like, you want to see people get hurt? You want to kill people?
If you want the opposites, I can give you them so you have more clarification. So the opposite of pride would be humility. The opposite of greed would be generosity. The opposite of lust would be chastity. The opposite of envy would be kindness. The opposite of wrath would be patience. The opposite of sloth would be diligence. And the opposite of gluttony would be temperance.
It's got to be wrath or greed.
Wrath. Interesting.
Yeah.
Anger. Okay.
I just like seeing bad things happen to bad people. I'm being honest. You never see like a crime show, like you see like somebody who, touched on someone who was younger. You think, I'd like to watch them be hung.
Really?
You never think that?
What, fucking kicked?
Like stuff like that.
That's be what's going on.
Like when people get the death penalty and I find out they've been alive for years in prison. Yeah.
Gatsby, welcome to the panel. So tell me, what is your sin?
What is my sin?
Yes. What is your sin? I mean, it doesn't have to be one. It can be a combination because typically people have more than one.
I don't know, dude. I can't stop beating my wife. But
Jesus Christ.
That's another one. What?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I can't stop beating the fuck out of my wife. But that's a whole other thing though. But
terms of service, brother.
I'm joking. That's a joke, of course.
That is absolutely crazy.
It's a little bit of satire. It's a joke, of course. But I'm
back.
Let's see.
What's good, Mayo?
I don't know. Honestly, I feel like
man.
Probably pride, honestly.
So you think
I do see like, in many ways, I think that pride can be very justifiable. Like I think that everyone can have moments of pride and it's like justifiable. So and I think that can blur the lines at times because it allows you to start justifying pride. Because there does exist moments where pride is fine to act upon. So because that exists, it's like it allows you to, maybe I can be prideful whenever,
So are you saying like all sins could be fucking like heavy sin?
Like what?
What they're saying?
Can be all what?
Yeah, all sins seem small, right? Gluttony or fucking pride.
No, they're not all small. They're all
yes, that's what I'm saying. They're all big. They're all fucking big.
That's what she said.
That's what my last girlfriend said. Get the fuck out of here.
Good one. I don't think I've heard of That's What She Said since The Office. But
I know, but no, seriously. So all of those deadly sins, lust, gluttony, or whatever, they're all serious. Like they're serious.
Yeah. And it's funny actually. I'll give like a second answer to. So my personal one I would say is pride, but in the society, what I would say as a whole, especially right now, I'd probably say it's lust for sure. I think like everything is sex. Everything is just like this. Porn is everywhere. It's on social media. You don't even have to go on porn or like Pornhub or anything. Just go on social media, go on Instagram. and it's all sex, it's all lust, it's all, you know what I mean? It's the same shit.
Yeah, I agree. All the girls want to fucking bang.
Yeah. Not to
all the
mention, like,
girls.
have you guys heard of that one girl that just made like $43 million on OnlyFans?
Yeah.
Oh,
dude,
yeah, they're all the fucking
dude,
same,
honestly, to me,
No,
man, it's like,
shocking now.
dude, to me, it's like, and I don't know if you guys agree, but to me, it's like, you know, I already kind of had like my stance on like what I think, because I believe that there should be like a national porn ban. I think that porn should be banned in America.
I agree.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. But
ban porn,
it
ban
only
porn
became
in all the Western world. Yes.
Talking
I was
over people
flirting. I was
again.
flirting with the idea of like a national porn ban, but when I saw the post of this girl, I think her name was like Sophia something. She's like,
Yeah.
again, you have to remember, this is not like a porn star. This is not like someone that was, you know, involved in porn prior. This is like a normal 20-year-old girl that can be, you know,
Bro.
obviously with
Yeah,
like
bro,
very
I'm like,
obviously with like very attractive features. But
yeah, bro, I'm like a free speech, like free speech all the way, but fucking ban porn. I would do that.
Yeah,
I would do that. Yeah.
100%. The reason why is because like so I was already kind of flirting with the idea of like a national porn ban. But when I saw that, it was like about a couple weeks ago or like a week ago, I saw this post. This girl made like $43 fucking million on OnlyFans. Normal girl, 20-year-old girl. She wasn't a porn star prior or anything. And it made me realize, I was like, oh, fuck. Like I could see almost like 10, 20, 30 years down the line. I was like, so there exists this platform, OnlyFans, which is, you know, it's kind of like socially acceptable. Like it's not a porn site. I mean, it is basically a porn site, but it isn't a porn
that
site.
shit.
Fuck
that shit. No bullshit.
Wait, because we're getting off the topic, and we're really just keep hitting porn.
No, it's relevant because it's all derivative from lust.
Yes, boy. Correct. Yeah. Fuck that shit.
I'm like, I don't need to hear about her whole career.
Yeah. So basically, I saw this girl, and she basically took off, and you know, at the center point, basically, what I'm trying to get at is that I see something like OnlyFans. It's basically a social media platform.
Woman, we got a $10 suit. What Mr. Boulay and the Department of
Boulay, dude, fucking you fucking grifter. Fuck you, bastard. Boulay fucking grifting.
Tactical soap company. Congrats on the channel monetization. I appreciate you, my guy. He says, let's get the grift. I love it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so does
get the scam
so does tactical soap make your balls smell better, or
yeah, Resla, you gotta make your fucking meme coin, dude. It's gotta be the res coin. You gotta make your meme coin.
That's what's up. I appreciate you all.
Hang on, Kajima, stop you being a cunt Tuesday. Hey, crazy mama, get the fuck out of here! What the fuck? What the fuck's wrong with you, bro? What the fuck? Okay, I will for $2. For $2, I'll be quiet. You win. Okay.
Where are you from? What is that accent?
No, it's I'm just saying, crazy mama paid $2 to shut me up, so I'll shut up.
No, I was just asking. What is your accent? Where are you from?
Victoria.
That's awful.
Where's your
I'll never
accent
visit
from?
there. Thanks.
Yeah, that's it. But I'm going to shut up because
judging by the way he laughs, I think he's Andrew with a voice changer.
Resla, I'm glad you appreciate it.
I got it.
Fucking crazy.
Hey Resla,
Just
I'm
making
sure.
sure.
I'm gonna jump on Speakeasies. It started off as a good platform, still is, but I'll be back, man.
No problem, my guy. Yo, give Ease my best. Say what's up, man.
Cool. Peace.
We got Ghost in here. Ghost with the 5 turned around and said some greed money.
Oh, if I could say something, I would, but if I could talk, but I can't because crazy mama paid fucking $3. So I'm just going to talk. Fuck you, idiot.
What?
I'm gonna sort it all out. I'm gonna have to sort it all out in the end. I have no idea.
Yeah.
No idea. I got a good feeling I'll be
This
going
panel
back.
is brought to you by Resla's new meme coin called Rescoin. It's in the
Rescoin. You know
link
what?
in the description.
Might have to make a Rescoin. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Might have
Oh
to.
no, we
Don't
can't.
pull
We
the
can't fucking
don't pull the
raid.
rug pull.
We can't raid. We can't raid Resla with like 5 people. Resla, you're gonna raid with 5 people.
So I got a question, and I'm gonna ask you around the panel, right? So the question is, since pride is often looked at, is often seen as quote the root of all evil. I know people like to point to try to say money. No, that's a saying. Pride is normally is the biggest sin of all the 7 sins. So since pride is normally looked at as the root of all evil, in today's world, though, pride isn't pride a quote like a necessary evil that they need now, because quite frankly everybody uses it as an achievement for success. Like where do we
you are stepping in. You're stepping into
I haven't finished.
Okay, just saying. I'm on your side. I'm
Where
just
do
saying.
we draw the line between self-confidence and arrogance? So let me start with old mate.
Yeah.
There was a question, sir.
Fuck. Okay. Number 1, are you gay?
What?
Wait, what?
Man.
Oh,
Thank you, Resla.
You can take a break because you're doing too much.
Entirely too much.
Way too much. LA.
Repeat the question, sir.
So, like I said, pride is often seen as basically the highest, the root of all evil in today's world. But pretty much people say that having pride is a necessary evil because it's needed in order to achieve success. So where is that fine line between self-confidence and arrogance?
The fine line between self-confidence and arrogance. God damn, that's a hell of a question. I don't know if there is one.
Interesting.
I don't think it is one. Yeah,
it sounds like a hard pass.
Yeah, I don't think it is one at all. Yeah, I don't know how you can. No,
you don't think there's a line between you knowing what your skills are versus what might be an inflation of your skills. Like if you don't, like you maybe you've overestimated your own abilities.
No, it's a saying, fake it till you make it. Usually people believe you can. Usually if people believe you can do something, then it doesn't matter if you can actually do it or not, because people gonna just down that hill for you.
So I don't know. I think it definitely matters. If you're claiming to be like a plumber, I think you got to know how to do plumbing.
Well, how do these scamming ass plumbers continue to get jobs?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure, you can get away with it for a little bit, but eventually you get caught. So you typically want to take the path of consistency, right? You don't want to do something temporarily.
Yeah, I get it, but the thing is, once again, if people believe you can do something, normally they'll just put their faith in you because others tell them that you're capable of it. That's how people can get away with scamming for so long.
Yeah, it sounds like you're saying like accumulating a reputation, which I mean, I don't entirely disagree. I mean, sure, but typically it should match your ability to do it too, for sure.
Yeah, in the ideal world, you're right about that.
CJ, what about you?
I don't know if this is a good answer or not, but it's the only thing that popped in my head is like greed seems to be the line between what is it? What were the two things?
Self-confidence and arrogance.
Self-confidence and arrogance.
Right, self-confidence and arrogance. Because then if you continue, like I was saying earlier, like it seems like I get to these crossroads where I have to pick a side and I get to see what like my future life could be through another person. I don't know if anybody else has dealt with that. Maybe that's just how I perceive it. But if you're competent already and then you choose to go above and beyond with the fake it and make it stuff in order to acquire more things or women or whatever it is, I would say that's where the line is. And I don't know how accurate I am with that. That's my opinion.
Yep, you're right. You're right. Well done. You're right.
I hate that guy.
No, it's okay. You're right. You're right. Well done.
Yeah.
You too, bro.
You muted,
You're
sir.
muted, hun. Resla.
Resla, you muted, sir.
Wait, has he been
Yeah,
drinking?
mate. I'm letting you know right now. I got a new thing for myself. If I have to drop you once, that's your warning. If I have to drop you again, you're pretty much out. There's not gonna be 3 strikes. I don't play fair. let everybody get their shit off. Everybody can have an opportunity to talk. Right? We good on that? We understand?
Based.
All right. So, Gatsby, what's your thoughts on it?
What was your question again? What was it
the
again?
borderline? What is the, since pride is pretty much the ultimate of all of them? What is the difference? Where do you find that fine line between arrogance and self-confidence?
I mean, I would say that this is kind of similar to the same thing I said about pride. How for me, it's kind of, for me personally, I think it's probably the most dangerous one because, again, in a society, especially in America, it's like confidence is something that's always like, oh, you should be confident, you should be confident, you should be confident, and confidence can be mixed up with pride. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's tricky, but I think the difference between being confident and prideful is, it's definitely going to be like when you start. It's when you start mixing in like arrogance, for sure. That's going to be the deal breaker, in my opinion, about pride.
Well, can I ask you a question then? Because this takes me down another path.
Okay.
So does it matter who you are when it comes to dealing with self-confidence or pride? A case in point, say you Elon Musk or Trump. Let's just take Uncle Trump for that matter.
Yeah, Trump's a good example of that, actually.
He had a lot of pride, and some say I mean, you could actually make the point that pride is the reason why he got in so much trouble when his presidency was over. A lot of the shit that was going on.
Yeah.
But also he pay his way. You know what I mean? He got the money to take care of what he need to. So and pride pretty much got him where he's at. But it also almost led to his downfall.
Kinda.
What was the part that led him to a downfall? Was it the pride or was it his arrogance?
I think it was both.
No, it was his incompetence. I think that people still loved Trump's pride, but really it was about Trump's inability to get shit done. He wasn't able to get shit done, so.
No.
Absolutely,
I strongly agree with this because no politician get a lot of shit done. So I don't think that's really just him. But I think what I'm saying as far as the arrogance or the pride. So say you can take J6, right? Now you can agree with or disagree with or whatever like that. But his words led to crazy people, right? Regardless of the fact.
Yeah.
So because he couldn't accept, you know what, babies are lost or something like that. I think that's pride.
Is it fair to say though that his words led to crazy people, or they were already set on doing that?
They probably already set, but I don't know.
He definitely added fuel to the fire. Definitely.
Sure, cause it's kind of hard to say that they wouldn't have had that motive regardless.
I mean, dude, there's like the whole fucking conversation of whether or not it was Trump that started that, because of his Twitter posts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that gets tricky, but I mean, he definitely fucking egged it on. I don't know if he started it, but because you might be right. Like maybe it would have happened regardless, but he definitely like added fuel to the fire.
He didn't do anything wrong. He's my president, and he's wonderful.
Oh, that's your president, huh?
It is. I voted for him.
Can you name one policy? One policy.
Mayo, thanks for the verses, by the way.
No policy.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
It seems like a lot of that has been misconstrued. Looking at the Bible verse.
Yeah, because they have the main Bible verse, and then they have the additionals.
Yes.
Because
it is literally a Proteus, I think is his name, was his extraction from the Bible, making this list separate from the 10 Commandments.
I'd have to look at them individually to see.
Well,
So who are we up to, Alex?
We're all guilty of every one at some point in our life.
So, Mayo, which one was yours?
Oh, baby. Every one.
Are there any of them that's still looming on you heavily?
Yes, several.
Every day.
That's fair. Like I said, I have mine for sure.
I mean, and I think most people.
Yeah.
There's somebody out there they hate right now.
I would agree. I think most people don't take the time to really look at it, though. Too busy looking at other people.
Yeah.
Are we going to finish the question?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And Alex, you can take it.
Okay. I think, just how we're talking about the 7 deadly sins, right? We don't just have one in us or one bad or good thing. So I think the line where it gets crossed between self-confidence and arrogance is when you lose things that you need, such as humility and love thy neighbor, and generosity. I say that because I think you can be confident in who you are, but when you don't care about other people and you're not humble and you don't realize, other people matter too, that's when, instead of being confident and knowing things, you don't teach other people, but you just worry about yourself. And that's when it's arrogance and it's a problem. So as long as you still care about other people and want to be generous and do for other people, it's good to be proud. It's good to have pride and to be confident, but to still care about others.
And how do people use their greed to provide charity for others?
Well, there's also the complication that people try to bring up for that, because they say, let's just say the person who is generous, right? When we have people who are like, I think of Dom when we had him on the DVD. His whole big thing, he was up against billionaires, right? People who are generous, who are rich, who are philanthropists, people who do charity drives, people who offset their money, right? Are they doing it to ease guilt? Are they doing it for a tax write-off? Are they doing it because they're actually generous or because there's something behind it? So people maybe like Dom, it would be that there's always an ulterior motive. Hey, Finkel, what's going on?
I mean, it's literally that's the donation envelope that the Catholic Church gives you to hand back to them full of money every week. It's buying your way into heaven.
How's it going, good sir?
Good. Are we supposed to be confessing our sins? Is that the gist?
Well, the ordained person has left already. Sasquatch has left already. So no, you have to hold your sins to yourself. There's no confessions.
Okay.
But we would like to know, of these 7 sins, which one would you say is the one that still plagues you the most?
Gluttony. I love
gluttony.
I love to eat. Even when I'm full, I love to eat.
Okay. Nope.
Hi, Izzy. I see you in the chat. How you doing? How's everyone on the panel doing?
All right. And Lady Luck, what are your thoughts on the question? What do you think that would be that fine line between confidence, self-confidence, and arrogance?
I would say self-confidence is when you know your abilities and you know your limits, and arrogance is when you perhaps go over and above them and you lose the ability to have much thought for or consideration for people around you. It can cause you to do that as well in the process.
Okay. All right. Mayo, is there a fine line for you between self-confidence and arrogance?
Yes, how you display it.
Okay.
It's all in how you use it.
Because people who I tend to see as self-confident, like they're just vastly different. Like, it's not the fact that they don't have the same skill sets, but like their behavior is different from those who are arrogant.
Yeah, you see it in the way they carry themselves.
Yes. So I was thinking about the aspect of I guess the same way that Alex said, being generous, but I was also thinking about that humility, the understanding like they got here through other people, so therefore they're willing to spend time on other people that come up. Teach those, and then you reach down to bring somebody else up. People who are arrogant tend to believe that they got it all by themselves, and there's no reason to waste their time on other people below them.
They could never achieve what I have.
Yeah, I'm special.
Yep.
I'm one of a kind.
Oh yes, I'm the individual little snowflake.
And the Bible says to love thy neighbor for a reason, because we should love others and care about others' well-being and want to help others be better.
It is hard to ask for help when needed, especially when you're asking when you need the help from someone that you've looked down upon before.
Well, that's also the matter of pride.
Yeah, that's good.
What? So I can't be a proud Christian?
Well, here's the funny part about that, Mayo.
And that's why I was pointing to that handout that I sent you.
The funny part about that, Mayo, is that people will pick up pride when they be the Christians, because the first thing they'll tell is that what? Well, God helps those who help themselves. Why I'm going to ask for help? I need to figure it out on my own. He'll help me once I figure it out on my own.
And that's where humility comes.
Yeah, for me, it's been different. I'm like, I don't ask people because I'm weak. I ask people so I can remain strong.
Well, because the main text in the Bible for pride, right? Let not the mighty man boast of his might, but let him who boasts of this, that he understands and knows me. So as long as you believe in God, you can boast. You can have pride.
Yeah.
I don't know how to articulate it, but I think there's two kinds of pride.
Well, I guess you can have the confidence in what you're doing and that what your good work, that what the work that you're performing is good. I don't think Mayo means it in the fact of arrogance, because arrogance is just inflated.
Arrogance, yeah, that's another end.
It's false confidence.
Pride, I don't see anything wrong with the pride.
I do believe the text the Western world refers to for these things, the Bible, the Quran, the what's the Jewish Bible, or the Old Testament. I think a lot of the problem is the translations into the current language that we speak. For example, you see the word love mentioned in the Bible. It can mean lust or familiar love, or the kind of love you have for a brother versus a lover. But it boils down to one word, love.
Interesting.
But I think there's different references in the Bible and the Quran and the Old Testament where the specific kind of love they're talking about is.
Oh yeah,
it varies. I think someone once told me there's 7 different definitions of love. One version in Corinthians might talk about charity. Another one talking about love, and they're meaning the same thing.
So I got Nosy Rosie with the 5 said, confidence is knowing you can. Arrogance is needing everyone else to know you can. And if they don't agree, they're wrong. At least to me.
That's pretty much what I meant, Resla.
Okay.
When I answered.
Thank you for that, Nosy Rosie. Stay nosy.
I mean, just like in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. The actual definition is thou shalt not murder, which is killing without reason.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. The same people who were told thou shalt not kill were also told to go kill the Canaanites.
Nice, I like that.
No, because they were told not to. They were told to go. They were not told to go murder them.
Right. Murder. Yeah.
Killing is righteous. Murder is not.
Killing.
Yeah.
So as long as you have a reason, it's okay. I like that.
Right.
And Resla, congratulations on your monetization, by the way.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. So it's been a long time. We're still building up. We still got way more to go. I appreciate it. Like I said, can't do it with all of you guys. And like I said, I've always had a good track as to where I'm trying to go, and I think that we can do it. We're proving that we're on the right track. So I love it, and I appreciate you all. I really do.
Resla, you're beautiful.
Aw, you're beautiful.
Thank you. No, for real, you're a beautiful person. You really are. More people should be like you. I love your heart.
Goodness. Woo, that is a tall order right there. Woo. That is a lot right there.
Just take it in. You deserve it.
Believe me.
And that's what she said.
Long fight. But yeah, take it in. Thorns and thistles, man. Thorns and thistles. And look at this, man. Look at this, man. Finkel. Say like Cash App better. Listen. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Finkel. I really do. You know YouTube wants their cut.
Oh yeah, the mob's got to take theirs.
What did they take? 30%?
Yeah.
Something like
that. Wild.
I think it's still 30%.
That's why I do Cash App.
Yeah.
No Cash App in Australia, only PayPal.
Oh, by the way, if you go to my description, I should probably put this in Nightbot, but I also have a coffee link now. I'm gonna figure out how well that works because I haven't used it yet. But I have a coffee link now. So I know somebody was mentioning, hey, make a coffee link. So yes, Resla has a coffee link. It's in the description. I'll probably have to set up with Nightbot so that you guys can get access to that as well.
I think Resla, I think Nightbot's taken Lauren out.
You said what?
I said I think Nightbot took Lauren out.
Wait, what?
Of the chat. I think it did.
Yeah, she said something about change your settings because it's not allowing emojis and it's kicking people for using emojis.
For some reason, I have it properly for it, but for some reason, it says that she did too many emojis. I didn't even see that, Lauren. You know what happens then? That means like I gotta put Nightbot on timeout. I keep saying, listen, I have it set up, and for some reason, Nightbot is still not following that command. So there's something wrong with Nightbot itself.
The bot is beefing with the human.
Because I'm looking at it right now, and I literally have excessive emojis turned off, and it's still doing it. So I'm not sure what's happening.
Nightbot's rude,
and it's still not even that's not even close to the limit. She has literally like 3 hearts. And I have a limit of like freaking 15. So I don't understand like what's happening here. And it's disabled. So I'm not sure. But I'm gonna tell Nightbot to go to sleep.
Go to your room, Nightbot. Go to your room.
He's gone rogue.
You're misbehaving.
Face the corner.
This is what happens with AI. It takes over.
That's a fact.
That coffee thing I didn't understand. Last weekend, I drove 5 hours each way to see Muxter, and tomorrow I'm driving 4 hours each way to take my sweetie to Virginia Beach. And the other night I was on whose channel? Oh, I was on the Raging Tomatoes channel, and she said she wanted to meet me for coffee. I did not feel like driving out a couple hours away, so I tried to give her a coffee donation. I couldn't figure out that damn coffee app. It doesn't. I was trying to be funny with the coffee app, but I can't figure it out.
Yeah, the only reason why I know it to work. What the hell? Why are they playing around on my block?
They're coming to get you.
They're like 2 cop cars playing with each other.
That's called a chase, sir.
Literally, they are the only cars on the block, both of them.
Yeah, they probably chasing a moped around.
So yeah, the super chats I send are actually coming from Izzy. She took over my channel, so it's really coming from her credit card account.
That's a fact, right? Like must be a Ray. Like they're going crazy.
What do you guys think about this idea? Like, do you think it's not so much a ladder, but I've seen this image where it's like rings of like the different sins in different rings. Do you think it's something where you go through each one and you hit like a crossroads each time and you get to decide which way to go? Because that's how it seems to me. And I'm kind of wondering if I'm crazy thinking that.
In reference to the sins?
Yeah, like I couldn't exactly tell you if I started at envy or sloth. It could have started out as sloth actually, because I didn't get started till real late.
Yeah, I think everybody starts somewhere different. It really just determines people's circumstances and their characteristics. I would say, as I was talking with Glenn, I said the most that I tend to see with men is that we tend to, at some way, somehow, seem to keep hitting the same three the most, and that tends to be pride, that tends to be envy, and that tends to be greed. Regardless of which one, we always end up interconnecting with those the most.
I would say throw lust in there too.
Yeah. I don't think lust would be associated to either sex.
Yeah, I think lust would be. I would say that's probably your first.
Yeah, because lust is also a motivator that can also bring you to pride, and then will bring you to greed. Yeah,
and gluttony.
Yeah, I was going to say it was related to greed.
Yeah, you're right. So there's four. Those four tend to be the ones that we circle the most.
Well, lust has also something to do with age. When I was in my 20s, I lusted after young ladies. When I was in my 40s, I lusted after my significant other. Now I only lust for gender specific.
Oh, that's a whole nother sin. That's a whole nother sin.
I missed it. Now you only lust for what?
We need Sasquatch back here to forgive some of these sins, Resla.
I can't with you guys.
You know your lust is a problem when she's like, I'm only 5, and you're like, yeah, but you're a 10.
Wow.
Wow, buddy.
Damn.
Oh, it's bad.
I'm done.
Am I allowed to tell a joke like that?
Because the Bible verse mentions useful
I'm not
lust.
gonna do it.
Youthful lust. So is it okay to lust after older women?
My girlfriend is 10 years older than me.
Could that be considered charity?
On her? For sure.
Really?
There's a line of thought I like.
You didn't need to spend 2 hours to tell me gay.
Damn, locksmith with the 2 saying, think of that as gay, sir.
I invited my best friend. I sent her the link and she came. Hi, Lyric.
Did she?
She did. In my face.
Good?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, pride. I use a fake background because the room I'm in is a mess. But there would be another kind of pride where I would clean my room and show it off.
And that would also be sloth.
Sloth.
It would.
Yeah. All right.
It absolutely would.
Was Mux even worth the gas? Kiwi, I'm going to tell him you said that.
I wonder, like, if people have really taken the time to really identify the sin that hangs around them the most, if they clean it up, what would their life look like?
Boring.
You think boring? I think tackling it with like a concerted effort would bring forth some form of discipline, since we can pretty much narrow down the thing that really connects everything together, why people fall into a particular sin, is because of discipline.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Once your discipline is robbed, apparently that's how you can fall in whatever bracket. And I mentioned it, like, especially for people who fall prey to their demons. So like I said, I mentioned like addicts, people who have gambling addictions, like sex addicts, drug addicts, alcoholics, like whatever. It's because at some point they were robbed of their willpower. They were robbed of the ability to have discipline. And that's how they end up falling into one of them. I mean, let's talk about sloth. I'm a rather gluttony. The discipline to not eat. to ignore your taste buds, to eat less.
Even that one's kind of, if you look at the Bible verse, it's kind of iffy for gluttony.
I mean, sloth. Sloth is the act of doing nothing. So for those who love to sleep and do nothing, they spend more time sleeping than anything else. They prefer the dream world rather than the real world.
So babies are committing a deadly sin.
And old people.
Newborns.
No,
Sure.
that's different. They're new here.
Wait, sure, but they're also still baking.
They haven't got that level of consciousness to realize.
Yeah, they don't know yet, and they don't know better, and they can't do better. You know, they say if you know better, do better. They don't know better. They don't even know that they're a person yet, so they can't do better.
Well, according to this, though, not prepping is sloth. Not preparing for the future is sloth too. Because it says, go to the ant, you sluggard, consider her ways and be wise.
Interesting. Ants are always working.
And I think that's actually where the Mormons pull it out of their whole thing with prepping in the Bible.
So what about people, Resla, who don't have a religion?
What
the 7 deadly sins.
I mean, they still absolutely still carry sins. They still carry those sins. Period. I think these are things that have been picked up as innate in us. Like they say, there's no person who's ever going to be born without sin. I think these are the natural things that we are born with, that we are going to sin by.
It's not that they're not born with the natural sins. It's just that I wonder how they deal with them and recognize them and process them.
It's normally some hard time. That's really what's going to be to do it, because you have to want to be better, to do better.
Well, that's true too. But I've never been a person who hasn't had a religion, so that's why I'm putting it out there.
But
regardless of what,
let's just say they don't go to a church. They don't have a spiritual advisor. If they just go to a psychologist or a psychiatrist or a therapist, they have to understand that they're at a particular stage in their life where they know they need assistance. They have to want to do better in order to get better. The issue is people who go around undiagnosed because they think that they can do it all on their own. And they're just a train wreck. And we know we have a lot of people out here undiagnosed, causing all kind of havoc.
That's true.
That's just literally what it is. That's how we keep getting the term hurt people. And some people just they just want to move on to the next person, and they'll blame everybody else and they never look at themselves. It's just too hard. It's too difficult.
And sometimes we'd rather play on YouTube than take care of other things. I have to go. Sorry, I just joined. Thank you for having me up, but I have to go.
No problem.
All right. Take care.
Take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping by.
Bye, Finkel.
I mean, it's funny, now that we mention people online, right? I'm thinking about how many YouTubers we run across that, if we really sat down to think about what are some of the sins that they exhibit, I think that a lot of people that I tend to run across with, especially the most boisterous ones, they run on pride. And it's sad because that's the most dangerous one of all of them.
And it turns into arrogance and just no consideration for people in general.
Correct. And not for nothing, as a content creator, I don't think you can consider yourself to be an ambitious content creator if you're sitting as a sloth. It just doesn't happen.
I don't know if I would say it's pride or greed, because I feel like a lot of people who do social media, they want, well, obviously money, but also they want eyes on them. I think, is that a greed thing, to just want everyone looking at you, to just want to be the best?
because
think it's a lot of greed.
You want attention, but then like I agree with on the pride thing, because like let's just say you have the numbers, like you're the one of the people that go around to people's channels. Oh, I got so and so 1,000 subscribers. Like that's pride. That's arrogance. Like,
True.
yeah, who are you? I got so and so amount of subscribers, and this is what I say. Okay, cool. If you got that many subscribers, I'm hoping that you have the views. And sometimes I look at some of these people's channels, they got all these numbers, but they don't have the views.
Also, the beef sector especially on YouTube beefs, it's run by envy.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, look at the whole thing with the No Fugazi podcast. They were just mad that they don't have his following and they're not making his money. That's why they went after him.
Yeah, I also don't think they try. Might be a little bit of sloth on that part. They don't try. It's easy to complain when you don't really want it. When you're half-assing it. Because the first thing I can say at least about this man is that he networks. Let's be honest. When you see the people in the beef sector, outside of talking to other people who are on camera, how many people put on the studio and invite other people to do the work? How many people really do a meetup, which is important if you really want to move yourself out there? And I can say not many of them. If anything, you hear about people meeting up, and let's just be honest, it's to smash. Another bad thing on the internet, lust.
You're spot on.
Oh, Instagram models.
Yeah.
They live off lust. They profit off of it.
Absolutely. And
so maybe we should be looking at the 7 deadly sins, not as bad things, as kind of opportunities to improve ourselves.
Yes, I agree. I just think a lot of us take more time looking at other people and pointing out their flaws and not looking at our own. Which is why I was asking the question, like, we can easily see the flaws in other people, but we don't take the time to really, we say, oh, I self-reflect. Yeah. Do you notice how greedy you tend to be? Do you notice how prideful you are? Do you tend to notice just how much of a glutton you tend to be? And to be honest with you, the answer is no. Most people have to bring it to our light. Most people have to hear from somebody else before they do some self-reflection.
Resla, did anybody else cop to all 7 on the panel?
Woo, all 7.
I did. I copped to all 7.
I would say not all. Not all. No, because I can say gluttony has not really been my thing. Lust for sure. Envy has hit me. Pride has hit me. Sloth has definitely hit me.
Gluttony would also be drink. It's also food and drink.
Drink.
Yes, gluttony is food and drink, sir.
You know what? Yes, all 7. Because it's
I think a lot of it is how honest you're willing to be with yourself.
Yeah, because my gluttony.
Yeah, but the question isn't about like, because I agree. Like everyone struggles with each and every single one, but the question's about, and this one's to Mayo, which one is it? Which one is the one that you struggle with the most? That's the question.
All of them.
Right? But the thing is, people definitely have inclinations to struggle with one more.
There tend to be one that's high. That ties you to the other.
Exactly.
Which is why I said people can start off on envy. They can start off on pride. They can start off on lust. But for some reason, we all end up still feeding into greed somewhere at the end of the day, which is the one that.
Yeah. So if anything, Mayo, if anything, you're actually the least brave in this panel, because we were actually able to admit the one. You just evaded it and said all of them.
That's not evading, sir. That's admitting to all of them.
No, I know. So you have none in particular that hold on
on the panel.
So you have none in particular that actually stands out more than any other?
Probably wrath.
Wrath?
Yeah.
When? Like when you go to fucking like Walmart, or like when's wrath relevant? When's wrath relevant, dude? Like when you go
Every
to fucking
day.
Walmart and you're like,
I'm trying to tell you, and I said every day.
all right, go ahead.
I said every day.
It depends on what. Again, it depends
Can
on
you
what.
name? Can you name a specific example? Because you understand, like wrath is a very potent, probably most potent out of all of them. So
yes, and we just saw a great example
kind
of
of
it.
Weird. I just imagine you fucking McDonald's just like what? So like, what do you mean?
No, namely Broadspire Insurance Company.
You
I
unleash
fight them
wrath on
every
State
day.
Farm?
I fight them every day.
Fights insurance. He fights an insurance company.
Every day. Okay.
Hey, that should already speak to a lot without him having to say.
That's just kind of. I mean, you understand that is kind of like weird. You know what I mean? Like that is kind of. So you're just like on the phone, just like beefing with State Farm every day.
If you piece that together for yourself, you would understand why he's on the phone with State Farm every day.
That's situational.
Correct.
Exactly.
Is it like?
But it's something I face every day.
Yeah, I guess.
It's something I face every day.
I think I want
to be your own advocate for care sucks.
I think I want to change mine. I think sloth is the worst for me. But I also, I mean, not to make an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's an explanation. The reason why would be depression, but just not wanting to get out of bed and do things. But I think it's greed that actually makes me get up and do things, because if it wasn't for greed, I wouldn't set my alarm for 8 a.m. every day to trade. I would just sleep and be in bed.
So,
oh yeah, you're a day trader.
Do you set your alarm and then you don't get up?
No, I set my alarm for 8 because the market opens at 8:30, and I'm not gonna hit snooze 2 times. And then I get up at like 8:20 and then I trade. And then I will want to like hurry and make money and just buy and sell something so I can go back to sleep. But it's the market that will keep me up, because anyone who knows how stocks work, if you buy something and then it's not going the way you want, you got to watch and wait and see, am I going to sell it and take a loss, or what am I going to do? So then I'll stay up all day.
Yeah, and it doesn't even end at like when the market closes, because there's after hours. There's aftermarket.
Oh yeah, and if you're messing with crypto, that's 24/7, 3.
Oh god.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well,
especially with crypto.
I just do stocks, so I sell everything by 3 p.m.
My time. So you're a day trader. So what, you finalize transactions every day, or do you do any like long-term holdings?
I typically do weekly contracts, but I might buy something on Monday and not sell it till Wednesday or Thursday. Typically, I'll buy something.
What's your longest position right now? Is it like that you've been holding 3 months, 6 months?
No, I don't do anything long. I do everything weekly. So yeah, I bought some today. I bought like 11 contracts today, sold 9.
You work for like a company, or like is it like your own business or what?
No, I work for myself. I just make money.
Oh, you got clients and shit?
I don't.
Oh, okay. It's just your own money.
Mm-hmm.
So Resla, I wonder what.
Grifter.
So Resla, I wonder which one of the deadly sins the panel guests think that they've got the least issue with.
I think the least that we've actually heard is, well, technically, I thought we were gonna lean on basically wrath being in, but no, we've actually had people turn around on it. Believe it or not, a lot of people have not mentioned either gluttony, which Finkel did, but no one has. Well, let me not say that. Someone mentioned envy. Most people have stayed away from envy. Most people have said that, of course, we touch on greed, pride, and like I said, I didn't expect wrath, but 2 people did wrath now, but also people mentioned sloth. So the least that we've actually had people really jump out to has been envy and gluttony.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that they're all kind of relevant to one another. Like, you could see how envy is relevant to greed. Greed. They all kind of come from the same place.
Yeah, I always try to figure out which is the one that starts and that people are still holding on to.
Yeah, that's a good question.
You can develop new habits, but it's all tied to your old habit.
Oh, yo, that is a good question. Yeah, like which one typically, like where does it start? That's true.
They feed on each other. It's hard for you to be. It's hard for you
Which
to be.
Which one does it for you? Which one do you see with you, Rez? Like which one typically? Yeah.
Mine is pride.
Pride. That's where it starts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine is pride. I can say when it started out, when I was like much younger, when I was a kid, it was for sure envy. But ever since I've gotten through some hurdles, envy's not it anymore.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Envy is one of like to me, envy is probably one of the most like annoying. I think because envy, I don't know if you guys agree, but maybe you do. But in a way, like envy, sometimes you can't really. It's like an emotion that just comes. I think everyone's felt envy
on you.
and it's very natural. It's very natural to feel envy. You know.
It's one of the sneakiest of all. It's
yeah,
sneakiest
exactly.
of all
it's like
so.
It's one of the earliest.
Yes,
it shows its face too.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
absolutely right.
Yeah, envy started me out, but pride is what sustains me, and I try to battle it all the time.
Yeah, no, that one's a bitch.
Because now the funny part about it is that I don't sit at a place in my life where I feel inadequate. Like I know I'm confident, and I'm like, why the fuck am like nobody else seeing what I'm seeing? And the sad part about it is that a lot of times, especially dealing in the industry I'm in, I tend to be right, and I'm like, I really like. That's why I came up with this the thing for myself when I say I really don't want to be right. I just want to be effective. Because I don't want other people.
So, dude, that's so fucking spot. That's so true.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to be right. I want to be effective. Because a lot of times, especially in my industry, I tend to be right. And I know it makes other people uncomfortable. So I'm like, hey.
It pisses people off, dude. Yeah.
I'm like, hey. Oh my God, he's right. I'm like, hey. We all take the win. We all take the win. I try to turn my
right
pride.
there is like
right
there.
Humility.
That is really smart,
right there
dude.
is actually like ego, right? It's like putting the ego first rather than getting shit done, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So I try to turn pride into humility.
Yeah.
So for me, I think it started with envy because I've got a physical disability and I had siblings that were able-bodied, and watching them to be able to do things that I couldn't do as a child. So I think for me it started with a little bit of envy.
No problem, Alex.
Yeah, I would say envy is probably the earliest one you're exposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would agree. I would say if not envy, then you can tell based on the person, it would be gluttony.
Wait, what is what's gluttony? What's gluttony?
Food and drink, man. Starts off with food and drink.
Oh, it's okay. So it's just like indulging, like just fucking
the overindulgence.
Yeah, okay.
But can you really tell by looking at someone that the issue that they've got's being gluttony?
Well, yeah. I mean, if they're fucking like 500 pounds, yeah, probably.
Yeah, you got a big kid. You got someone who just. I mean, look at dogs.
They got a quadruple.
You just ate. Why are you here trying to eat off my plate? Why are you here asking me for scraps? You just ate.
Yeah, yeah. I think if you got like a quadruple, like a quadruple chin or something, like I think that's pretty indicative. For sure.
But drugs plays into that too, and which would make you skinny. So
the fucking.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but I mean, I mean, you see me at the top of the show. I had the camera on, but from looking at me today, you wouldn't think that I've had issues with eating disorders when I was young, and you know, that nearly cost me my life. I was right at the edge of it, but looking at me today, you wouldn't think that. That's what I'm saying. We look at people, we judge them, we think, gee, that person looks like they love food. But actually they still have issues from being the opposite.
So yeah,
I moved
differently. Yeah, I moved differently now, Glenn. I used to do that. Now, because I have a principle that everybody's a part of my rapport, I try not to humiliate everybody. Don't get me wrong. I chastise those I love and appreciate, but I don't try to humiliate everybody. because I just don't. I'm just not interested in creating enemies. Because to be honest, people can develop enemies on their own. If they're just gonna hate you, they're just gonna hate you. There's no sense of me intentionally doing it.
You know what's funny too is that like out of the 7 deadly sins, there's probably, I don't know if it stops at 7. There's probably actually a lot more that are like undiscovered that belong on the list. You know.
Well, before the 7 deadly sins was converted into the language it is today, there were other names for the sins, but they've rolled them into the sins that we know today. But there was other words to describe the sin originally.
Oh yeah, it's a simplification of the text.
I thought they were considered to be. Good evening, everybody. By the way, I thought they were considered to be the deadly sins because they lead to other sins. It's the core group of sins that from them come other things.
Well, I think they lead.
Yeah, I mean, I
think
can see how that would
worse
be relevant.
amount of actions based on those sins. But I think like they're quote the identifiers. Like they can lead to worse actions, but those are the core identifiers that lead to people doing the most abominous of things.
Yeah, I mean, typically these are the ones that sort of really like stumble the society, that have the most impact in bringing down the society as a whole, right?
Warlords tend to be on not only pride but also greed.
I think I heard, I don't know how long ago it was, which I put in the comments something about 7, which is one of my favorite movies, but you were talking about how they build on each other, and sometimes you'll see multiple ones in combination, like 2 or 3, right? You were saying that earlier, I think.
Yeah. But I noticed that of the 6, like I kind of look at the 7 like a circle, but for some reason greed sticks in the middle because no matter where you go, everyone lands on greed at some point.
So you mean like a progression from one to the other, and then greed being?
I think that so if you would look at it as if you were looking at a circle, right, and a doorway, so all the doors are on the outer parts of the circle, right? Anyone can come in from each of those different doors, right?
Sure.
Each of those different doors represents one of those 6, but in the center, standing in that room, is greed.
Well, so then based on what you're kind of symbolizing, then you have passageways on the inside of that circle leading to the others through greed.
Yeah, greed will connect you to the next room, regardless wherever you're going. Greed is the center that propels you to the next area.
That sounds kind of powerful when you think about it, right? I mean, a person who is lazy may be greedy on some level to eat things, or I can totally see what you're saying with regards to that. That makes sense.
Yeah, because I guess it's one thing. Like I when I thought about it in lust, you can lust for one individual, but then when you want more individuals, that's greed.
Sure.
If you want one piece of cake, that's fine, but when you want all cake,
when you want it all, yeah, that's greed.
If you are jealous of one person, but when you want to beat everyone.
So
I talked about this with CJ. With CJ, he had a great example of something he was talking about. There was a guy that was above him, but now he doesn't respect the man because he started also learning all that man's skills. That's his pride, building your confidence.
Sounds bad when you say it like that.
It's the truth, though.
Yeah, it is. It is the truth, but yeah, I framed it better.
So what is balance to greed? Like content? I mean, contentfulness.
Well, the balance to all is discipline. Because you have to be robbed of discipline for you to fall upon any of these.
Yeah, roger that.
It's your will that gets robbed, and then what's left of you is wherever room you end up walking through.
Sure.
Your lack of discipline leads you to gluttony, leads you to envy, leads you to pride. That's what happened. So the focus should be what robs you of discipline, and how do you maintain it?
Yeah, and causes you to dwell in that space, right? It's not as if oftentimes we get to a place, fine. So, you get to a point where you become greedy or whatever, but it's dwelling in that space, lack of discipline, as you put it, which keeps you in that space and continues to go, further down the path of destruction, so to speak.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times, because let's be honest, that's why we have a lot of the issues. Like, one of the most respected cultures has always been the samurai culture because of discipline.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an overwhelming force. It's their dedication to the craft that keeps that reputation. They're known to have unwavering discipline.
I lived in Japan growing up as a child for 5 years, so I'm very, very. I like that culture, the way you describe it, and it's very appealing too.
I always think of the one story, and you probably heard it, but the Japanese were fighting the Chinese, and there was a team that got caught. The captain of that team basically said, well, when he was there being caught and they was to cut off his head, he said, how about I make a deal with you? If you lop off my head and I pick it up and I run that far distance, you let my men go. And laughing, they took him up on the challenge. They took his head, and that man got up, picked his head up, and ran past every one of his men before he finally died off, and they were in shock.
Well, so he was
something about when in Japan, dude.
You say when was I in Japan?
No, when in Japan.
It was during the time where the Japanese were still fighting the Chinese.
Oh, okay.
When Japan went over to China to try to take back.
In World War II?
No, this is well before then.
Before that.
Well before then.
Okay.
Yeah, China and Japan had fights well before Germany ever had an issue coming into anything.
Yeah, dude, the Japanese are fucking crazy, dude.
I mean, whoa, let's think of the discipline of the kamikaze pilots.
Yeah. No, but particularly like the Japanese were fucking like insane. Like they believed like they were like the superior, they were like the Aryan Japanese race, basically. The Aryan Asian race, literally.
In the 40s, when they thought that Japan was going to invade Australia, I've spoken to a few people from that era who were like under 12 years old in age at the time, and they remember feeling that society was filled with fear about the invasion of the Japanese because they were known to be quite very, very disciplined, and in war they were
very aggressive.
Yeah, they're also like they have the highest
IQ. Demons in battle.
Yeah, so many Australians feared them as children, and even their parents even would put like cellars in the house and supplies and everything in case they invaded, for a safe place for a family to go.
So that's where you're from. You're from Australia.
Yeah, I don't mean to be making faces. I literally had no idea that was a thing, and then thinking about how serious you sounded saying it was like, I probably don't know a bunch of obvious shit that is like world events. So,
yeah, where are you from, dude?
The United States.
What state, dude?
North Carolina.
That's where I am.
Oh yeah.
Well, I know somebody, CJ, who that was his childhood, and he remembers clearly when they thought the Japanese were going to invade, and the fear that children had of that happening, and having that cellar to go to in case it happened, and all of that. So yeah, and they sat down and spoke to me about that time period.
Yeah, I think
actually I wasn't aware that Japan was about to go in and invade Australia like that.
Australia was afraid that they were going to, and instead what they'd done, Resla, is they come on shore. They found up in northern Western Australia a little town called Broome, and Broome was abundant with pearls. So what they done is they settled there, and their generations down are still there today, farming pearls. And we were all afraid of them invading us and unaliving us, and some of them have settled there and are still there today.
Eradicating Australian culture.
Well, we're a very multicultural country, so there's 120 different languages spoken in this country. So,
what the fuck, really?
I suppose every country's doing that a little bit, right? Like America always gets told that we're trying to change things in other areas, but I guess the Japanese do it too, and the Chinese probably do the same thing. Yeah.
Why?
Well, the thing about
world
Japan,
events that they have no business in, I guess, is what I was.
the thing about Japan going after Australia seems right. I mean, not for nothing. This is one of the reasons why, even after our war with them, the first thing we really got rid of was their navy. They had a really strong navy at the time.
And no, Sir Grey Stripe.
They were good sailors.
And no, Sir, Sir in the chat, Australia is not the trailer park of Europe.
Wait, who said that? What the fuck?
I think to this day,
Sir Greystoke in the chat.
Japan can only have defensive weaponry, including their naval force. No offensive, thing.
Are you
go ahead.
Are you the guy that claimed that you said you lived in Japan for a couple of years?
Yeah, my mother. We were stationed there. I went
to
school.
That's really interesting. Because I mean, Japan in particular is like a very homogenous place. The only thing you see there are like Japanese Asians. So there's like no minorities basically.
Well,
it's kind of interesting.
This was like let's see, 82 to 86.
Yeah.
So a long time ago. I modeled when I was there. So I got tons of work because there were not that many little small black boys running around. So
does that mean you speak Japanese?
No, well, Nihongo Dekiru. I still remember a lot, and when I hear it, it comes back to me. But I mean, it's been a long time. I'm 54 now, so that I was like 16 years old when I was there, but I don't get the opportunity to speak very often anymore.
Yeah,
but it allows you. Yeah, it allows you to. So I worked in the kitchen with a bunch of Mexicans, and I began learning Spanish a little bit. No, when I came back to America.
I was about to fucking say what the fuck.
But I went to an international school, so there was Chinese, Koreans, Spanish people. There's a guy, I forget what his name was, but he was really good at soccer.
That's good time.
Yeah, so
for sure.
Yeah, it was a culture. I mean, it was culturalized at that young age, 7th and 8th grade, where I began to kind of experience what it was like to be different.
Yeah.
And at the same time kind of be okay with the fact that I was different, so.
Dude, I fuck with your setup, dude. Your whole setup right here.
Thank you. Well, what you see actually, so I mean, there's a green screen behind me, but
actually?
Yeah, but that behind the green screen is that actual scene what you see. But I just put it that way so I can put other stuff up there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but thank you. I mean,
yeah,
it is what it
you
is.
look like Howard.
The only thing that gave away to the green screen is like the partial part of your arm. That's the only thing that gave it away.
Yeah, right. And I should do what my mother told me when I was younger, which is sit the hell still. And then you may not have seen that, or maybe also the fact that I'm wearing yellow. I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
But, I'm still kind of figuring all this shit out.
No, you're giving Resla a run for his money right here, dude. For sure. The competition's on right here.
No green screen. No green screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he clearly has he has his get up.
If you ever wondered what Resla's sign in the back says, "Don't quit," he means don't quit drinking.
Yeah, that's what it also says. Do it.
Exactly.
I did plenty of that in my lifetime, so I don't anymore.
So they do drink sake in Japan.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, right? Did you try the sake? Did you try the sake?
No, they enjoy whiskey as well. They have nice whiskey out there.
Oh yeah.
Sheesh.
Rez, were you Navy? Were you in the military? Oh, okay. I wasn't certain whether or not did you serve at all?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. All right.
Most people in my family have.
Okay, all right. Yeah. No, Japan was cool. I mean, I had a good time there. I mean, and I was a child. When I say a child,
Yeah.
in my teens, but I wish I would have been able to go back, as an adult, and I probably will, but it would certainly be a different experience. But
How long were you there for? So from 16 up to what?
So from 6th grade to 10th grade. So
Oh.
it was like 4.5 years.
Okay.
Yeah. So I got there in 6th grade.
Yeah.
So I went through a whole lot of different
when
things,
you were,
puberty, all that stuff.
When you were a sophomore in high school. Yeah.
Yeah, so the year that I came back, I left in the middle of 9th grade year, and I came back to California, which is where I ended up graduating high school in the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade.
Ooh, I just came up with a really all right. You guys ready? And I definitely want to know from Resla for sure. While in high school, which one of the 7 deadly sins did you struggle with? I imagine it was probably a different sin that you were struggling when you were younger, So while in high school, when younger, which one of the 7 deadly sins did you guys struggle with? Let's start with Resla. I really want to know.
I was struggling with envy.
Same thing.
Amen.
Yeah. I struggle with so my struggle from elementary school going all the way into my first year of high school was envy, because I was always a small kid, so I fought a lot, and I always didn't understand why I had to be so small and why I had to keep fighting so much. So I was always jealous of people who were bigger than I was.
Mm-hmm.
So I've always had to fight and prove myself. But again, even all that time of fighting and improving and getting better, and then getting into learning combat.
Dude, Resla sounds like Mike Tyson's right now.
Eventually, that did turn into confidence.
That's so funny. I don't imagine you like a fighting type. So that's funny.
Like I was picked on so much. I used to get in fights all the time just for being small. I love it now.
I would have to
guys
say
who are way
lust
bigger than me still
for
think
me.
that they can take me, and I just go, "Whoa, calm down," and then
Nah,
it doesn't go
really
away.
lust. So Resla, for you was envy, right? Okay. And
yeah, envy was the catalyst for me.
Yeah. And so what about you, bro? A Japanese dude.
You can call me Craig. My name's Craig.
Craig.
Fact,
No.
fact, whatever.
I like Japanese. I'm playing. Okay.
No, that's fine. So ironically, mine happens to be envy as well. So my mother and father divorced when I was really young, and my mother was a single parent. Sometimes she worked 3 jobs, but I always felt like everybody else had more than what we did, and sometimes I wanted those things. Well, in the very beginning, she did a very good job of kind of keeping us from that. You know how people say we didn't know we were poor. I didn't really know I was poor. We went to. I mean, I was in Japan. I didn't go to the public school on base. My mother put us in a private school, in an international school, which cost a lot of money, by the way. So I had the best looking uniform, probably 2 pairs of pants, the blazer that I had to wear, and a tie. We all wore the same thing, but they always had computers and all the stuff that I didn't have at home. So it was kind of hard for us to go to school and be behind all the time. I was like, it would be easier if I had a computer and I could get my homework done at home and not have to come to school and be kind of behind all the time.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just imagine you like in a class with like a bunch of Japanese kids that pull out like iPads and shit, and you just pull out like your pen and paper and shit.
Well, so again, those guys, I mean, we're not talking iPads, we're talking other stuff.
No, I know.
Like
Apple IIs.
Apple IIc, yep.
Yeah.
They had those.
No, yeah, they had the iPad back in 1950, bro.
But all of their parents, diplomats, powerful, rich people, that's the kind of people I was up against. And for me, there was some frustration that went along with competing with those guys, but we all were going through the same shit.
Mm-hmm.
Even when it came down to our 7th or 8th grade dance, and I sat on the soccer field probably for about 45 minutes, having traveled from Yokosuka, where I lived, to Yokohama, which took about was like a 45-minute drive, or train ride plus a bus ride to get there. And I sat in the field wondering if I was going to be accepted at this dance. And then when I got there, my friend and I, Thane, we were like, dude, let's just get out on the floor. We got out on the floor and everybody just wanted to have a good time. It didn't matter that I was the only black person in that class at that moment. It just mattered that we were all there to have a good time, and we did. So there was a lot of lessons learned in those experiences of learning that you're worth more than the differences that everybody can see. And those are the things that my mother taught me.
No, you were supposed to say that you were harassed and you were bullied, and it was supposed to be like the Karate Kid. You couldn't fit anywhere.
You're about to make Mayo
break
fucking
blocks of
cry
ice to get or to get tough. You got called Craig's son.
Yeah. I was really hoping to hear about the Japanese gardener who saved your life. I'm very disappointed.
It's actually really funny that you say that, because you just mentioned that you were struggling to be accepted, but it's funny because when we talk about Japan, I was gonna say they probably feel the same way, and they definitely do, because the Japanese, like in Japanese culture, especially right now, they commit suicide like a motherfucker. I don't know what's going on out there in Japan, but they're having a big problem with depression in particular, resulting in suicide in Japan. So
it's not just there.
No, yeah, I know, but Japan's pretty.
That's been going on for a long time.
Yeah. China still China still goes through it. I mean, they got whole towns. They got nets out the window. People just jump out the window. Yeah. They got nets to save people who jump out the window. That is.
They got in Japan. They got the Japanese suicide forest.
Seppuku.
Yeah, shout out Logan Paul.
Seppuku.
Seppuku. Yeah.
Seppuku.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a point of honor.
All right, so wait, I have to know now. Mayo Mustard in high school. What was like
Mayo
out of
monkey,
the
sir. Mayo monkey.
What?
Mayo monkey.
Mayo monkey, that's what I said. So when you were in high school, which one of the 7 deadly sins? What?
Lust.
That was the biggest one?
Yeah, pussy hound.
Were you just fucking plowing pussy like a motherfucker?
I was trying like a motherfucker.
he was trying. What was if you had to give the success rate? What was the success rate? 25%, 50%, 75%? What?
He was running up all of them. He was like,
we're gonna quantify to 20, probably 15 to 20.
What?
Probably 15 to 20.
15, 20?
Yeah.
Dude, that's solid, bro. I'm telling you.
Well, no, that's that's not bad for high school.
I got a dick.
See, because you had to concentrate on the not so popular girls, the girls that were in the band. They were the real freaks. It wasn't the cheerleaders.
He's not lying.
It was the nerd girls. They were the real freaks.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Back when I was in high school, we had cheerleaders. Not every high school did, but we did. And they were like, it's funny because like in the, when you watch the movies and whatever, cheerleaders are always like they're the girls, but these were not the girls. Like, it was just funny.
So around to the top right and the middle guy. Now I'm interested to find out.
Yeah,
I'm interested to find out what the sins were.
Don't
you normally have?
I don't know the question or anything. So
wait, what's your name?
CJ.
CJ. All right. So the question is, back when you were in high school, CJ, which one of the 7 deadly sins did you struggle with the most? And the reason why it's like a different angle to the question is because one would imagine that when one is younger, they're struggling with something different, So when you were in high school, which one was it that you were struggling with?
Yeah, I think I struggled with envy for a while. I want to say envy still. But I mean, that's what I said when we started this thing.
And even back in high school, huh?
That might have been the first.
Was it even worse?
Oh, it was definitely worse.
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely worse. I like to think I beat it at this point.
Yeah. It's like something in the background, really.
Well, I used to have the thing where you would look around and judge yourself to whatever you see that you want. That disease, whatever that is, I used to have that really bad. I don't necessarily do that anymore. But yeah, I used to do it in high school. For sure.
So I think I've already touched on the issue that I had as a teen in high school with the 7 deadly sins. I've kind of already touched on it, and that was gluttony.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I'm actually, I was going to ask it earlier because I remember you talking about it, but I guess I'll ask it now. Where do you think it derived from? Do you think it was like a psychological thing? Do you think it was like what was going on in your environment that was kind of fueling that, or what do you think?
I think it was environment.
Environment.
Yep.
Product. Yeah. Environment, I think too.
I think that's how everybody gets started. We just have different situations, and everybody's environment's a little different. Depending on how much resources you have or think you have, is how you get started.
Yeah, and I'm not a person that subscribes to the notion that we are completely a product of our environment. It certainly influences it, right? And it kind of puts up the guardrails that let you know what you have to go around in order to become what you eventually become that day that, they put the dash and then it says, from sunset or sunrise to sunset, what you become. But at the end of the day, for us to be a product completely of our environment, that the environment is so changeable. It changes so many ways. I mean, you have all kinds of influences. And then when you get something that is introduced into your life and then you respond to it, there is a whole gamut of ways that you can respond to just that one influence.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we are I don't know how to say it, but not just a product of our environment, we are a result of our reaction to our environment. If that makes sense.
And our ability to adjust.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I totally disagree. I think that environment plays a massive role. I think the existence of like nations. I think that each and every single nation not only manifests a different person that speaks a different language. No. It's like far more than that. It's like a different soul. It's like a different person. You know what I mean? And that only comes from different, cultures, which is environment. Which further goes to show how big of an impact it really is.
I rather agree with FAQ on this because like for me to understand that early, especially like I said, from me being a young kid into like me turning into a young adult, basically going to high school, it wasn't until I changed my mindset as to how I saw the situation that's when everything changed. Once I changed my thought process of the situation itself changed.
Yeah, when I was in not basic training, when I went to my first phase of training in the Air Force, I remember when they first let us out, we didn't have to be in the dorms all the time or in uniform. I remember looking for a female, a girlfriend, and I remember thinking, all of these guys who were walking up, talking to people, some of them had cars or whatever, they're no different than I am, and I'm a little bit lonely, and I want to kind of, hang out with somebody too, right? And that's kind of when it came to me that I'm able to allow somebody to experience me without any fears of anything, unless I put it on my own self, right? And then when I broke from that mold, man, life was a little bit different for me. That's when I started to experience, adulthood. I was no longer a child, doing adult things, and it kind of became my own journey. And that's when I started kind of, enjoying life. Now, don't get me wrong. We've had some ups and downs through that whole journey, to this point that we are at, but it didn't define me until I decided to let it define me. Right. So we continuously evolve to accept the way that we are going to be and remain, I think.
Agreed.
Yeah, I think I read that in the Bible or something. But
I don't.
no.
So I will say this, no, Jason, because you said peer pressure. Because how do you know you're supposed to have a girlfriend at that time? You can also know not from peer pressure, but also through vicariously looking at other people who have girlfriends and then asking yourself, why is it I don't have one? No one has to push you. You can see other people having something, and that can be envy. Why is it they have something I don't?
And that was just one example. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't like, my whole. I mean, it was some motivation. Don't get me wrong, because it was kind of rough doing all the study that we had, and when everybody went and did their thing, I was like, well, one to me. But it wasn't like people were saying, "Dude, you got to go get a girl." It wasn't like that. It was just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't
understanding
think
that
it's really like that. I will say, like,
spreading
this
my
was
wings.
how old were you? Like, this was like when you were a teenager?
Yeah, so I went into the military in '89. So I'm 19.
Oh, okay, shit.
18, 19. Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that it's not necessarily like when people think of peer pressure, I feel like they think that like it's a whole group of people that are like, tell you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this. It's not really like that. It's more like you see in your environment, you see people together, you see, all these influences it has on you. And it like, and especially with with whilst being like 19, that really, I don't know, it just, really influences you to maybe want, oh, maybe I should go towards this or that.
And Resla, do you think the Catholic Church's reason for coming up with the 7 deadly sins? A lot of people accuse religions of trying to control the masses and all of that. So so I wonder what their thoughts were in
if you want to spark,
creating them.
if you want to spark controversy, I mean, I think all churches have always had the idea of controlling hearts and minds.
I don't know, Rez.
I don't want to start
what happens when we
controversy,
die,
no.
Rez?
I mean, I think listen. The first thing is believing that the person sitting at the top knows everything. I mean, the same way how we look at the education system early is the same way you can also look at the church. It's indoctrination.
Yeah, I mean, I
a lot. For instance, a lot of people are taught through what exposure to believe in religion. But let's be honest: do they believe on their own merit, of their own volition, or do they believe because that's just what they've been raised into? Do you have faith because you believe, or do you have faith out of fear? There's a difference in that.
Exactly.
Fear of what?
There are people who believe in God because they're fearful of the protection prayers. They look at God like mafioso. If you don't pay your protection prayer, something bad might happen to you. And then there are those who pray faithfully.
Yeah, but the fear comes from the faith of God. The fear comes from having faith in God.
But again, there's a difference between praying out of fear and praying out of worship.
It's kind of the same, though. A little bit.
It's not. It's
absolutely
not.
It is. Where do you think the fear? So where do you think the faith comes from?
You wanting to serve is you being fearful. Rather, is different than you being fearful of not serving. Because you being fearful, you're worried about consequences. Those who are faithful serve willingly. They don't have fear.
I think you could even agree to this. There's always an underlying sense of fear, though. Like still, because you're right. You could have, you serve because you're faithful, but that faith consists of, if you do something bad, you will be sent to hell, right? So obviously there will be some sense of fear as well.
Righteous people don't fear.
No,
they don't fear consequences. They're righteous. They believe they're doing good work. They believe they are on God's side. They're not fearful.
Yeah, but the religion consists of, if you do something bad, you will be sent to hell. So,
but if they believe
what I'm saying is that there will, of course, always be an underlying sense of fear. Yeah, of course there will be.
But righteous by whose standard, Rez?
By the standard of what they feel that God has given them. They believe they are following the word of God. That's okay. There's a difference between someone who is faithful and someone who is fearful.
And what happens if you don't follow the word of God?
Why would they believe that they're not following the word of God?
No. What? Because for instance, God says don't kill. If you kill, or why would you not kill? Right?
Those who are fearful will be worried about every second of killing.
No, but what I'm saying
Those
is that
who are
there will, of
faithful
course,
would not
always be
kill
a sense
regardless
of.
of the circumstance. Those who are faithful will have their own lives ended because they understand they cannot kill in return. It's a mindset.
I don't think you're actually really comprehending the question, because the question.
Here's a great example. Look at the Islamic religion, right? Those who are the most faithful have no problem committing jihad.
Why would they pray for forgiveness when they openly admit to? Because everyone sins. Why would you pray for forgiveness when committing a sin? Why? If you know you're faithful, you know you're faithful. Why pray for forgiveness?
Because everyone is born with sin, and they have to
No,
work.
dude. You see, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, listen. You want to fight what's already in the book? You pick it with them. I'm not the one.
I don't quite understand what just happened.
I'm not doing the
I think with all
there.
I think with all religions,
You can fight. You can argue with someone who is more.
Well, yeah.
I think
the point's been made. I think the point's been made. Absolutely, there is definitely 100% unequivocally underlying fear among the faith. I mean, that doesn't disprove. You could still be faithful, but of course, there is always a sense of fear because you must pray for forgiveness once you commit a sin, which everyone does. And it's funny because it's relevant to the topic, 7 deadly sins.
I think with all religions, you got to read their doctrines, and you got to sort of look at yourself and introspect a bit, and apply whatever resonates with you in how you live your life.
Because there's a big difference. Because there are big difference between people who I mean, if you want to, Glenn, you could. There's a big difference between someone who understands and know and believe in their heart of hearts that they will be forgiven versus those who question if they will be forgiven, though they do believe. There's a big difference.
Would you tell a Christian if they sin that they shouldn't pray for forgiveness?
Well, you're talking to the wrong person. I wouldn't tell them anything. I say you do what you want to do.
No, it's a hypothetical. It's just like because that's what you're kind of insinuating. It's like if a Christian commits a sin, you'd be like, well, there's no need to pray for forgiveness because you're so faithful that you will be forgiven. No, it's not how it works. I mean, of course, you.
Well, they would apply. They would apply whatever it is that their religion does to their that's in proportion to the sin. Is that correct, Resla?
But he also recognized that. Yeah, that we.
Sorry, I was looking at the chat. Sorry.
I said they would apply whatever it is that they need to do that's in proportion to the sin that they've committed, as far as each religion goes.
Yes. I mean, not everybody believes the same way, and there are definitely those who will still be fearful because they only believe out of fear, and then there was who willfully serve. Like,
sure, but everyone commits right and wrong, and it's not necessary. I mean, so if I just get your point straight, you're saying that someone's faith can just be really so strong, and they're so confident in their faith that they could do no wrong.
So if I follow the word of God, right, and I believe in God, but I don't have faith in Him, who's in more jeopardy, me or someone who follows the faith and they have faith in Him?
They're both the same thing. Believe in God, have faith in God. Absolutely, they are.
They're not.
What are you talking about?
The first and foremost thing is for you to believe in Him. It's to believe.
And I don't think Res was saying that everyone that follows a faith and really believes in it is completely sinless.
Correct. Hey, Glenn.
Hello, Resla. How you doing, my friend?
How much you want to take this theological debate?
The theist debate.
I just heard a little bit, so I just want to hear. I just want to hear a little bit more information before I say anything.
I got a lot on this topic, but
let's see it.
All right, so she forced me. I'm a PK, preacher's kid, so
So am I.
I was on drugs when I was a kid. That means I was drugged to church every time the doors were open.
Me too.
Yes. So being that way and everything, all religion, no matter what, just like in life, no matter what, there are pros and cons to everything you have to do. So there are morals that you have to do, and that's just a human nature that is put in us, right? I believe that it's put in there by your creator to not want to kill, not want to steal, not want to do all the bad things, right? It's to try to live in harmony. Now, that being said, it's a fallacy at the same time. The fallacy is with the 7 deadly sins involved in it with that is that the devil's favorite sin is greed. That is his favorite because every one of us is greedy in some way, shape, or form. No matter how you feel about yourself, you have greed in you. You have every one of those 7 deadly sins in you, but greed is the huge one. That's the devil's favorite sin because he knows that you're following somebody, you're following your favorite sports star, right? And I just got to have the shoes that this man's got. I got to have that jersey. Y'all remember when Starter was out? I got to have my starter jacket. I got to have my Jordans. I got to have all that stuff, right?
Air Force Ones.
Air Force Ones, yes. I had the very first.
Give me 2 per.
Yeah, 2 per.
I need 2 per.
I still got the original box that when I was a kid, I bought in 1983, bought the original Jordans. Still got it. Still got the price tag on it. And they were $35.
I was talking to Resla about the I4s, with the zipper. You remember the ones with the zipper?
Yeah, with the zipper. Oh, yeah. Yep.
But I'm going to jump down, Resla. Thanks for having me up.
Lady, where you going?
Coming through, Lady Luck.
No worries. Bye, everyone.
See ya.
See you later.
Good night.
But on terms of religion in every faith is based on the goods outweighing the bad. And you do have to ask for forgiveness in every single one of them. You need to ask for forgiveness. The Muslims pray twice a day or once a day? It's twice a day, right? They pray 5 times a day?
They like 15 times a day. 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they are very devout. They're more devout, I think, than probably any other religion because they carry their prayer mats with them. That horn blows. They're down on their knees and they're doing the chants and all that. Now I don't understand the chants. I'm not Muslim. Yeah. So, but the deal with all religions is that there is a pro and a con. So just like with your parents, if you do something bad, you are going to be reprimanded. Same thing with the religion. And if you read the Bible, read the Quran, read I don't know the other ones that they're called. You got Buddha, you got Confucius,
Judaism,
yeah. But you have all those. There's always a consequence for your actions, and you have to stand up and face them.
Right.
Now, a lot of people out there will go, "Well, why do you believe?" That's different for every human being that walks this earth. Why do you believe? And it could be cultural, it could be where you were raised, it could be how you were raised, it could be those different things. But in the end, we all have, even if you say you're atheist, you all have something in you that struggles you in a belief system that you're going to follow. Because if you do wrong, then you're going to be punished. If you do good things will happen.
Yeah, but this kind of signals to the point I was trying to make that, ultimately, exactly, yeah. If you have like in this case, a theist belief, it's like, yeah, there's the faith, and then there's also the things you must uphold, like the commandments or whatever it may be. And if you commit a sin, you have to pray for forgiveness, because if you don't,
you need to repent
like exactly,
no more.
If you what do you think would happen if a Muslim forgot to pray like the 5 times a day? He'd be tripping, and he'd be scurried around, and he'd be like, "Oh my God, I'm going to hell." So of course there's like an underlying fear, underneath the faith, and I think that's actually what solidifies the faith.
Fear. I think it's less fear as in like, oh, I'm afraid, and more fear as in reverence.
Yeah, respect.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. Yes, but that's just a different variation of fear, though.
Well, in a Bible standpoint, it talks a lot on every chapter. Every chapter about the worst sin is going to be denying His name.
Yep.
That is the worst sin in the Bible, is denying Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior. And the worst, and so your punishment for that will be to burn for eternity in a lake of fire. So that's your scare tactic factor there, right? That is your
sounds like the fire and brimstone.
Yep, that's your reprimand. That's the reprimand that you're going to face. The other way is, if you believe, then you're gonna, if you believe and you try to live a good life, and nobody's perfect. So you're all going to sin, and it states it many times in the Bible that we've all sinned and fell short of the glory of God. And it's going to happen.
We're not going to get in by our works.
Not by your works, not by good deeds. You're going to get in. All you got to do.
By grace are ye saved.
Yep. The one verse that trumps every verse in the Bible is John 3:16. So, and it just says, believe in me and you shall have everlasting life.
Yeah. I don't know.
One that gets me is that nobody knows John 3:17. For the Son of Man didn't come here to save or to judge the world, but to save the world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Love that.
And I think we should all kind of live that way, where we don't judge and we just.
I'd like to add in Ephesians 2:8, which also says, "For grace you are saved through faith, and that not of yourselves is a gift of God, not of works, unless none of you shall boast."
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, being boastful.
I think all Mormons need to read that verse.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to start the whole like religion, debate or whatever. But I'm not particularly really religious. I don't subscribe to a particular.
Think nobody's really.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to a particular strain of religion, but I do believe in God. Like I'm a theist. I do believe that there's something out there.
I think we are all called to try to. I call it like the God piece, like the God particle or whatever you want to call it. Like we're missing this puzzle piece that we try to fill with everything else, and we tend to end up trying to fill it with those 7 deadly sins to try to satisfy us. And really, that missing piece is God. But we try to fill it with gluttony or greed or pride or just like material items, women. Stuff, success, and no peace, no satisfaction. I think when it comes down to it, just that missing piece that you're missing in your life is God, that relationship with Him.
Yeah, Glenn, I agree. I mean, look at all the, celebrities and just all the mega rich that you keep hearing that are unaliving themselves, and they have all the fame, the money, the women, everything, and that there's just something that they can't put their finger on that they're missing. And it is definitely Jesus Christ, 100%.
I mean, look at you're talking about the rich. Look at the rich, right? We don't know. We've never had that 15 minutes of fame. We've never had what they've got.
Some people might have.
Some people might have, but
Glenn was on
But that also looks different for everybody, though. I mean, I've had everything.
Yeah.
I've had everything that I've ever wanted in my life, and it wasn't $1 million, and I still wasn't satisfied.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
I've had marriage, kids, a house, white picket fence. I've had everything, the American dream, and all of that is counted as worthless in my eyes without faith, without that
100%.
burning. Right. So you don't need $1 million. You don't need to be having every woman, to your access, every beck and call to feel empty inside. You know what I mean? I mean, you could just be the average person and struggling or not financially, whether you make 50,000 or 100,000, and still feel that emptiness. Or you don't even have to be an American. Just anybody around the world, can feel that emptiness and that void that only Christ can give you.
Yeah. What about you, Rez? Do you believe in God? That's a loaded question.
It is a loaded question, but it's also something I'm still dealing with. So I was raised in a Christian household.
Yeah.
but also I have found my way out of it. And my thing ever since then was always about how does one rediscover faith?
Yeah, but I guess if we could just erase all like your upbringing and everything, and you just had to go with your gut. You just had to go with your gut.
My gut still holds with my intellect, and anytime I talk to someone who has faith, they have something I don't understand anymore.
So no.
You know who I would love to have you have a conversation with because he's such a great intellect would be Andrew.
I can't say anything more once he says no. I
No.
explained myself and I
So
just
your
heard no.
answer is basically no right now, right?
No, I didn't say that. I believe there's what yes, but how do I be able to rediscover faith is my biggest question, because me knowing of me
No, but
even
I
knowing
understand,
things
but
of the Bible does not help me rekindle my faith. So how does one rediscover that? That's the mission I'm on.
Well, do you knowing of science and you know how science works, and you know it still takes the same amount of faith to believe in science in these scientific theories, I should say.
Oh, absolutely.
That it does believe in
the way how my mind moves, faith is something that's alchemically different than science, than my belief. It's something that's beyond belief.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, like for example, like
yeah.
The
when it
substance
comes like
of
the
things
Big Bang
hoped
Theory,
for,
let's
the
just say you
evidence of things
believe
not
in
seen.
Say what? I'm sorry. No, there was more than one person, so I didn't really hear.
I said faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. So you
Correct.
asked about the scientific portion of it, and Glenn was alluding to the fact that you have to have the same type of faith in something that you can't necessarily see in order to believe in it, right? So
correct.
The faith part that you're talking about is intangible. We don't know why we have that faith, what it is, but it's in our being that calls for us to want it to glorify or whatever God or something, that entity or where it is.
You know what?
That's
It's like
where the faith is. It's something that you can.
It's like being in tune with something, and for some reason I can no longer hear that song, and I'm trying to
I think
figure out
that's
how
just
to
a
hear
really
it
simple
again.
question to actually just ask subsequently. Would be, Rez, what do you think happens when we die?
I don't know. I
You
can
don't
tell
know.
you. I can tell you what people say, but that doesn't have. Again, me telling you and me feeling it is not the same thing.
If you
They're
had
not
to
one of the
just
same.
make like an educated guess.
I don't. I guess if I'm faltering with faith, I will be in an eternal lake of fire.
Is that what you believe, or?
No, that's what I
believe.
That's what I have come to understand. The whole point is you're asking me logic versus faith.
No, I'm asking just what you believe. I'm asking just
again,
what
you're making the word belief seems like it's different from my idea of logic.
No, I'm just asking you. Just you.
I've given you an answer, but if you cannot accept it, there's going to be a faulty part in that.
Resla, would you say it's logical to conclude that there is a creator in order to create the world that we live in? Like, it just didn't appear, right? Every creation has a creator, right? Like, your parents created you. You know how they did it? I could tell you. They were, never mind. You get the idea, right? So there's a creation. So for every creation, there's a creator. So wouldn't that be logical?
I mean, you're framing this a little odd, but I'd say it's more.
I was asking Resla.
Yeah, I know. But I know the point you're trying to make is not framed really well, but.
Well, do things just exist to exist? Like, do things just appear and exist, or do things get created?
What do you think, Rez?
Some things exist and some things created. There are plenty of things I just don't know of how it was created. Again, the whole point that the FAQ is even mentioned before is like that evidence of things unseen.
Yeah.
So would you swing? Would you say you swing towards creation or Big Bang?
All right, take care, facts.
Thanks, guys.
I mean, I think he likes to go for the Big Bang, but just in another.
Honestly, Big Bang, that I don't care for it.
Yeah, I don't think Resla actually has a position
It
on it.
doesn't serve a purpose for me.
The question is, like, could God use the Big Bang to create the?
He could. He could do whatever he wants to do because
I always thought like the two kind of coincided with each other. They tell the same story but differently.
Sure, and I can even agree with that. But how do I feel that spiritually? How do I feel that conclusion spiritually?
Yeah. This is kind of why it gets kind of a lost cause, Glenn, because I mean, it really does derive from the individual. You know, I mean.
Oh yeah, I know. I was just like asking, like
how do I feel that conclusion spiritually?
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get into the question of what it is that you do have, but it seems like you don't have an opinion. So.
And with that,
there are people who say that I can feel God. There was a point I did, and then for some reason I just don't anymore. Like I can't, and I'm trying to figure out how to rediscover that.
All you got to do is ask. It's simple. I mean, I know you know you're going to look at it in a simple way, but it is truly true. All you have to do is ask, and you will receive. I
think he's talking about more. I think he's talking about more like he wants to not just like do a lip service, but truly, genuinely.
He has to
desire.
Because to say all you have to do is ask is also kind of like thinking like I've never asked before.
No, okay, Resla, I was in church growing up to a point where things happened at the church and we fell away. And I lost my way for a long time, many years. And it took me being at the lowest point of my life that I was literally committed, for 7 whole days. Like I got committed. And that first night I was there, I prayed like I have never prayed before. And something happened. Like I felt this warm, bright light just come over me. And since then I haven't turned away. And I was science-based. My brain was like, no, I believe the science. Even though I grew up religious. Like I was like, I believe all of this stuff. And the Bible makes no sense to me because nobody can answer my questions. But now, I still have questions, but I don't base my faith off of the questions I still have. Something happened, and I can't describe it. What happened that night?
And the only answer I've got to give you, Resla, is you have to have faith like a child. Where when you were a kid, you believed in magic. You believed in everything that your grandparents, your parents, everybody told you. You thought that was real. You had the faith in them to believe that. And as we grow up as adults, we have all these things that they cloud up our judgment. They cloud up our views. They cloud up this. And that relates with peer pressure. With now, it's the internet, because before this time, I mean, we only had, you had your TV and you had your close friends that you would ride your bikes with to their house at night until the lights came on and you had to be back home, right? But now it's the age of instant gratification, where people want to see with their eyes, that whole thing, seeing is believing and all that.
Well, and I do believe we have sometimes it takes
the
bottoms of the pit to make you get back to that place. As shitty as that is, it truly takes that. It took it for me.
And I believe it's something that the military even installs it. Because what's the first thing the military does when you go to boot camp? They break you down. They tear you down to the core. And then what do? They build you back up. They build you into this super soldier, or they try to. And there's some people that wash out that can't do it. And there's others that they excel at it, right? They build you back up. They bring you, they bring out the best they can in you. Same thing with faith. You just got to have faith like a child. And I know that's hard to grasp, but if you think back to when you were a kid and you thought about, Christmas time, all these times, it was magical. It was this, magical experience that You just had faith that something was going to happen. Same way with God. All God's asking you to do is just talk to him. And you don't have to pray to God with the these and the thous and the oh and this. No. Talk to him like I'm talking to you right now. Talk to him like a friend. Talk to him like there's somebody that's standing right there beside you, and just let it out. And I promise you will feel the presence.
I fall asleep praying every night. That's how I fall asleep.
You know, Forrest, I want to back up with that because you made a really good point there about trying to have a relationship with God the Father as a parent-child type relationship versus an authoritarian type relationship, because that's just going to push you further away by thinking that he's just this, don't get me wrong, he's a very just and wrathful God that doesn't like sin. And I do believe one day he is going to, fix that. But we also have to remember that he is also a loving, kind, compassionate, and very patient God with us. And if you approach that relationship with him in that way, like the two individuals that was on Glenn's channel or debate, I wouldn't say debate, just show before, to where like they knew the Bible back and forth, cover to cover, eschatology down to a T. They knew everything. I mean, they could just spit it left and right, and their heart was just so hardened. Like they know what to believe, but they refuse to believe. And that's the barrier right there.
And here's something to add to that. You know who else knows the Bible front, back, to, forth, everything, and he knows every Bible that has ever been written. That goes with the Judaism, with the Quran, with everything. That's the devil. He knows it word for word and can spit it out and can tell you these things. He's going to tell you what you want to hear. That's the bad part of it. He's going to boast you up and tell you all the things that you want to hear, that you don't need this, or you're better than this, and you're this and you're that. And in the reality, if you go look at yourself in the mirror, you're not. You're not. We are all here to serve a purpose. And
right. We also have to remember that Satan is also the enemy of lies, and shame and guilt comes from the enemy. God doesn't shame us, and he doesn't make us feel guilty. That's from the enemy. That's from Satan. We're children of God. We're saved. We're redeemed. We're forgiven. And if we look at it in that way, that would just allow God the Father to draw near to us. If we call out to him, he'll draw near to us. And like I said, all that shame, all that bullshit about you're not good enough, you've sinned too many times. If you die in your sin today, like say you're addicted to pornography, and say you're jerking your shit right when Christ comes back, you're not going to hell, bro. Like, you're forgiven, dude. Past, present, future, it doesn't matter. I'm not saying that should be a reason to continue on sinning. That's not what we're called to do. But I think we as Christians sometimes will hold on to the condemnation so much to where that it puts up a barrier from us. Because I've done this, man. I've done this so many freaking times, to where I listen to the enemy in my head saying, you're not good enough. God doesn't, he's so far from you because you keep doing this. You keep doing this. You won't stop doing this. And that's just lies, man. That's just lies from Satan, dude. And if we approach our Heavenly Father in such a way as a parent-child relationship, and like you just said, talk to him like a friend, talk to him just like how we're talking, because he wants to listen to us. He wants to listen to us.
Did y'all see Jamie Foxx's new Netflix thing?
How's it going, Josh?
Hey, how's it going?
Do you hear sipping? Resla?
Something about Jamie Foxx special?
Yeah, he had a special, and he tells what happened to him and everything. And yeah, watch that. Watch that. It is touching. I had a tear. I'm a man. I can admit it. So, but
was he talking about his health scare?
Yeah, this whole thing. It's it's really good. It is.
And how he found his way back to God. Yeah, like it's something to watch for sure.
Yeah.
Can I ask for a little clarification on the concept of faith? I mean, when a guy's asking like, what is this thing, right? And people are going to obviously give like anecdotal stories, this feeling or whatever. Is it the case that faith is kind of an appeal to emotions? I mean, is that honestly what it is?
It's a feeling.
Yeah,
I mean, that's how I feel. Like I have a feeling like it's a presence that I feel over me.
Hey, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Thanks for having me.
Who's that?
CJ.
All right, hey, CJ. Call my boss. He said call him.
Okay, I just talked to him. All right, I will.
Yep. All right, buddy.
All right.
So, I mean, repeat the question again. I'm sorry. We got sidetracked.
Is it the case that faith is basically, when you boil it down, an appeal to emotions?
Well,
I mean, I don't want the wording to kind of sound like it's an attack or anything like that.
No. I'm just trying to think how to answer the question.
Yeah, it's a knowing, it's a feeling.
Yeah, it's like, okay, so right now when you wake up in the morning, you have faith that the sun is going to be there, right? We have that faith, and it's because it's something that has always been there, something that is we know it's going to be there if we wake up, right?
Right. That would
Same
be pattern rec.
Yeah,
that's
a
fair.
pattern.
It's pattern recognition, though,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
We've always known. That would be. Is there a difference between believe and faith, or somebody added trust on the list here? Is there a difference between believe and faith?
I think it's all.
Yeah, I think faith encompasses everything.
Yeah.
I think it encompasses the trust that God is always going to be there. It also
what's the addition part?
In my mind, faith is more than belief.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that it has to be the case, right? Because like even the Greeks, even the Latin, take your pick, they had both words and they selectively used it in their writings. So there's clearly, even linguistically, there's a difference. I just don't understand what is the difference. What's the faith part? What's the extra?
It's a knowing, a feeling that I think you have to individually experience on your own.
Which I'm fine with that answer, right? Like I'm fine with that answer. So if I ask, like, if it's an appeal to emotions, which I don't really find, that's what intuition is.
I wouldn't say it's an appeal to emotion.
Well, help me.
I'm trying to find the best way of wording it.
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
It's okay. It's like,
I'll be right back.
Like, it's that there's no way else that this can be explained. You're trying to go through a logical process here, and you're like, you're breaking this down. This has to be a God thing because there's no.
What's the topic?
What?
Well, right now it's just a straight question. It's kind of
faith.
An explanation of faith in whatever.
It's unexplainable, but it has to be outside of what you're able to grasp.
Right.
That's the best way to put it. Like, I can't explain it any other way other than this has to be God. I have faith in believing that was a God thing because I can't explain it any other way.
Getting back.
Yeah. I don't know. I do think there is a logical explanation for it, though. But I do get your soul-like sort of explanation.
Any clarification, Josh?
No, not really. Well, so Glenn's being probably like the most honest, right? He's basically saying this thing is so, it's something more than comprehension, right? So, and he would be correct that that's the base of the question, is to be able to comprehend it. And he's describing in a way it's outside of comprehension, which is fine, right? If that is what it is, that is what it is. You have to kind of accept it, right?
Well, this would be.
Go ahead.
All right, so this would be my explanation, is that it's something we can't, like you said, that we can't grasp, because as human beings, we are always trying to put God inside of a box. And our brains are limited in believing that something can live outside of the box. And as faith would have it, we believe that this creator lives outside of the box because he created the box, and he created me, and he created everything that's inside that box, and then created everything outside the box. And that's the faith that we hold on to, that there is a creator that did that, and that it's that's the best way I can explain it. And that is a very hard.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think if we look to a lot of the individuals, even in the Bible, who were justified in God as righteous, as like say Job for one, who lost everything, who was tested for his own faith, and we look to other individuals in the Bible, we can go by some of the scripture, like Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans that I have for you, declare the Lord, plans to prosper you, not to harm you, and plans to give you hope in the future." The way I look at faith is in the most painful, hurtful, vulnerable moment in your life, when something happens, say your child is diagnosed with cancer, and you have no explanation, or your wife is in a car accident and she's on life support, and you're in your most vulnerable moment, and you start to question, but something inside of you is the little small voice is telling you that I love you, even if you don't understand, that faith that God is good, even in the most tragic things in our lives. I think that's what faith is being so vulnerable that you're surrendering everything about yourself into this God that we can't see right now on this side of heaven, and knowing that he's still good and he has a plan and a purpose even through our pain.
Wouldn't that sound more like desperation, though? Like you're just clean. Like
Well,
no. Like it's like everything else. I can't. I just hope this thing you're out there. Like does that sound more desperation? Or am I wrong with that?
Yeah, I'm not understanding what you're saying by desperation.
Well, like the way
that
like
compare the two,
like to the storyline that you were saying it, like because like your wife's in a car accident,
right?
You don't know what's gonna happen,
right?
And you're just like, God, okay, God, if you're there, please, I have faith in you that you're gonna help her, right? Like it's like I can't do anything else. I feel stuck.
What I'm saying is, in the moments that we have no control over, the things that we can't control, we have to surrender up to that faith of putting our faith in.
But wouldn't we would already believe in and have faith in that in him already, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But at that same time that you just mentioned about control, we actually have no control over anything that goes on within us at any time, any moment, any second, nanosecond, whatever. That we do not have control. We have a false sense of control.
What do you mean?
That at any moment your heart can stop. You could.
Well, biology wise, I guess, but there's still some things that you can take in your own control, like reversing diabetes and everything else.
He's saying something a lot more basic than that. You can't even control the electricity in your house.
Yeah, you can't.
You
can't even control walking out your front door because there could be, let's say, a madman right there, and he's there to do you harm. We can't. We are not in control. We never have been, and there's a lot of people out there that can't grasp that situation, that they want to be in control, that they want to control everything that they have to do. You know what I'm saying? And Arctic's saying that we can control our thoughts and our actions. We are in control of our thoughts and our actions, but as from the outside world, we can't control anything that happens with that at all.
Basically saying we can't control our surroundings. We can't control it.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
I might have a little pushback on the thoughts and actions.
Let's hear it. Go for it.
So, and I'm trying to pick this up from the theistic point of view. Question, like say with the Exodus story, does God have the capable? Well, see, I guess it was Glenn that said it earlier. The hardened heart. Does God have the ability to, and has He ever exercised the ability to control your thoughts and your actions, aka your ability to make a choice one way or the other?
You asking anybody on the panel or somebody?
The question is, would we know that was the case if He did?
I would think not, right? But that would be the next question is how would you know one way or the other?
Well, if you don't have full control over your thoughts and actions, in a sense, then do you have free will?
Well, it's more so the question isn't actually designed to attack free will. It's actually kind of like begging for a definition, or at least a more clarifying definition. If I'm being fair, like that's what it's intended to do. It's the same thing with faith, right? You're trying to describe a thing that you don't comprehend. But Glenn threw that right off the table. It's outside of comprehension. I have no choice. I have to accept that.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Well, yeah, but the free will, right? Like it could be the case. That's the thing is.
No, I don't. Well, I don't think so. I think free will is quite literally just free will. It's just like you are in control of your decisions, and
your ability to make the choice.
I think what it just kind of honestly probably comes down to, if we were to entertain like I don't subscribe to a particular religion, but I am a theist. But if we were to entertain like free will, it would work like you'd be in control of everything, of yourself and your thoughts, decisions, and everything. It just God would essentially make Himself present to you in many different ways, in ways that you could understand. And then ultimately, you probably, you take the choice about what you want to do, whilst knowing that there is a God that judges you for your actions, basically. But you're still in full control. You good? I mean,
sort of. Need a moment.
Fairly logical. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I thought at one time I thought faith would be pretty simple, right? But I spent 20 years trying to iron that one out.
Faith. Honestly, I think just derives from the fact that we're talking right here, right now. We're present right here, right now, with consciousness, with a sense of morality. I think the existence alone of the human genome is already like pretty. We don't even have to go into the Big Bang or anything. The human genome in general, right? The processes that make up your DNA and everything. When we analyze it, it quite literally like looks like a code, like just like a computer code. It mimics the same sort of patterns like a code.
Funny you said that, because I was going to bring up, because you just piqued my interest on that. All right, who remembers the Matrix? Remember when Mr. Smith went to go see when he went to go see the Oracle?
Hold on. Before we go into the Matrix, I want Joshua to answer that question, like, or to kind of like see what I was trying to get at. It's like I don't think these things are actually very complex. Like free will, not very complex. I think it's actually a lot more simple than it is. You're in control of your decisions, whilst in the midst of the knowledge that there is a God around you, that there is God present in your reality that judges you for your actions. So that's one. And then faith, people like to make it that it's more complex than it is. It really isn't. I think it really just derives from the question of what the fuck are we doing here, and what happens when we're gone, and ultimately, I think there's a lot of good, in my opinion, there's a lot of evidence. There's a lot of evidence of intelligence, there's traces of intelligence, in my opinion. And for instance, the human genome, right? That's a really finely tuned structure. That's like, that's like trying to say that like whoever made the car, or that a car assembled itself. Have you ever seen that, Josh? A car assemble itself?
No.
Okay, so the human genome is probably even more complex than a car could ever be.
You got to be a little easy with that, the analogy. So like the watchmaker analogy, it's a great analogy until you insert something that's well, yeah. So like they're always kind of the same, right? It's like hell, like just a conversation before, parents make children, that kind of thing, right? You're fine with the analogy so long as you're just basically comparing it with humans. But the conclusion here is you're taking something that's not human and inserting it in. That's the problem, right? The pattern is the human.
We're simply analyzing patterns.
Okay, right. So what pattern?
I'll tell you the pattern.
Indicates...
I'll tell you the pattern. I've never seen a rock give birth to a baby. A baby of which consists of life. Life only produces other life. So when we ask about where did we come from, like where did our human life come from, it's kind of it's pretty insane to say, oh well, we came from a bunch of rocks. Nah, I don't know that. I'm not sure if that I'm not sure if that's actually how it went down. Because again,
I don't know what was
why?
Adam.
Because, again,
what was Adam
I've never
created
seen
from?
a baby born from a what?
Adam was created from dust and spit from God.
Okay, well, but wait, what was your question, Josh?
No, that was my question. It's like it's kind of not. I'm not on the fence making that claim, right? Christianity is, which I'm fine with, right? Like I don't.
Well,
care
what was your question?
Well, the analogy is fine when you're using it with humans being compared to actions within humans, right? But we're not doing that, right? We're inserting at the final end, or like at what is being it's working backwards from the conclusion. That's your pattern recognition, or I'm sorry, your final guess. You're going through a couple steps. That's your pattern recognition, and then you're working it backwards to the premise, saying God done it. No problems here, except for the analogy is it's all human except for the last, or that first initial step. Then that's where the God insertion is. Now, keep in mind, I'm not so anti like the idea of God.
When I say God,
very useful in society.
God, it could very well be like, for instance, for me. Oh wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, you're good.
Maybe he can't hear us.
Maybe his mic got unplugged or something.
My bad.
Oh, there he is.
Oh,
yeah.
Two of them,
so real quick, so I actually, it's funny. I get what you're saying, Josh. I've heard this before. That it's actually, we're looking at this backwards. My Jewish friend actually, we had this debate, and just firstly, again, I'm not like religious. I don't subscribe to a particular religious or strain of religion, but I am a theist. So for me, I don't know if it's a God. To me, I actually kind of look at it like a supernatural intelligence, because that's ultimately what the pattern is showing me. What the pattern is showing me is that it's evidence of intelligence. All of this, that you and I and everything around us came from intelligence, right? Because it's kind of crazy to me that, the opposite would be that it all came from kind of nothing. And if that were the case, you would imagine that if nothing produced some sort of like the universe would be incredibly chaotic. It would be arbitrary as fuck. It would definitely not be able to essentially produce even something remotely orderly. You get what I'm saying?
Sort of.
Hello?
Yes.
Sorry, I think I'm having like internet connection.
Yeah, you were in and out there.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
So yeah, hopefully I'm able, basically, to Josh's but I want to hear your point about, you were saying that we're thinking about it backwards, because I see what you're saying, but if you go ahead and finish your point.
Well, I'm just saying that the analogy doesn't work because the insertion from the premise side.
Don't say
right?
that though. Don't say that it doesn't work, because it definitely certainly can. But you can quibble it. You can question it. You can't disprove it.
Well, if you're trying, obviously it can't be proven or disproven, right? It's
True.
just an insertion, right? But
Right,
that is,
right.
again, to be fair, right? Like it's a premise part.
Right. But can you concede to the fact that the human genome that is currently in your body right now, right? It's made up of your whole DNA, literally right now. You can observe your body; it's within you. The human genome, your whole DNA structure, that is profoundly evidence of intelligence. Because when we look at any sort of finely tuned structure, finely tuned things only derive from, intelligence, a mind, right? A car doesn't assemble itself, right? It needs a assembler, it needs a manufacturer, right? So could you concede to the fact that, I'm not saying I'm trying to prove God, but could you concede that that is evidence of intelligence?
Genetics is evidence that there are ancestors, right? Like it doesn't mean that I just magically appeared. It would imply that, oh, I have parents. Oh, I also have grandparents, right? And it goes back. Now, how far it goes back, I have no clue.
Yeah, but
right?
that's still actually proving my point, because it's still deriving from beings.
Right. That's where it gets kind of hairy. You've got the analogy that says, okay, this is what we can observe. And then we'll use other parallels like, oh, look at the watch, look at the car, that kind of thing, right? They all have to be created.
Yeah, but
and then we just say, well, God done it. I don't have a problem with that. But the moment that you get down that path, I have to ask the question, well, how do you know about this God?
Firstly, I'm not saying God, I'm saying intelligence. But
okay. I don't like.
So how do I know that it could possibly, again, not that I'm not saying that it is, because I can't go there. I can't prove it, but I can certainly say that this is for sure evidence of intelligence. Almost like
I'm not. Hold up. I'm gonna be as charitable as I possibly can be. I'm not one of those assholes that like go around trying to like knock down Christianity or anything like that.
I'm not
right?
a Christian.
Well, okay. Any theist concept, right? I'm just trying to understand, how did that conclusion come about?
Well, it's actually really simple. Once again, it comes from my observation of and it's actually, I'm so glad that you said about the ancestor example, because in that case right there's something that is so long ago, not in my present, but I can discern that I can discern the existence of ancestors, that they did exist in back in the day, because I can see the patterns of people producing life right now.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that same train of thought is the same thing applicable to here, that there is evidence of intelligence, of finely tuned structures, right? And then I observe these incredibly profoundly finely tuned structures that ultimately can, signifies to the potential that these things came from intelligence.
So I guess maybe there's something a little extra being added onto the concept of intelligence.
Nope.
We?
It's just literally intelligence itself.
Okay. Yeah, that's.
I'm not making the leap and saying that, oh, and there was Adam and Eve, and no, I'm not going there, because I do agree. I think that's a little, no hate to anybody that believes in any religion, Judaism, Christianity, Buddhism, whatever. But to me, it's very difficult for me to subscribe to a particular scripture that tells me precisely the timeline, dates, peoples. I don't know if it. I don't know if we have that.
I don't know about the details, but I can make some. I think I can make some fairly good arguments from a secular perspective.
So, are you an atheist?
Yes, but
What do you think
I think I
happens when
can
we
make
die?
some. Do what?
What do you think? What do you think's going to happen when you die?
To our body?
Yeah. Yeah.
Shit! They're going to dig a hole, drop you in the ground, unless
No,
you're going
I
to be
mean, so
cremated.
right. So, and this is the big difference to anyone that's watching, right? So, the secular people, the atheist people, they essentially that's all they think. It's like they're materialists. You know, they're materialists. They only believe in the material. There's no such thing as the immaterial soul. That there's a soul inside, but they have no explanation either for it. Like, could you
Yeah,
tell
we're
me?
not. But you're not asking for the explanation, right? You're just
Well,
asking.
I was about to ask it actually. Could you tell me
Okay.
why is it the case that I can obviously see that you have I can obviously see that you have a material body, right? Obviously. And but what is it? What do you think is then the thing that animates the body? Like for instance with a personality, with a sort of way of being, right?
Well,
Where do you think where do you think that's coming from?
Personality is usually or by majority formed by environment, basically like saying inputs.
Sorry, let me actually be a little more precise. Where do you think the outlets to carry on said personality to give the outlet of expression for this personality, the soul, what we call the soul? Where do you think the outlets that allow the soul?
Your connection kind of
What?
roboted it for a minute. Say it again, please.
Where did you last hear me?
Something about the soul. One step before the soul. Something before that. You roboted.
Yeah, let me be a little more precise. Because obviously, that's a valid response to ask you. I think the personality, it comes from your environment, your culture. Can you hear me?
You're roboting pretty bad, or maybe it's me.
No, he's roboting.
Yeah, okay. It's his mic.
I don't know. I don't. My first problem is describing it as intelligence, right? Not very useful. Can't do much with that. This is why I'm kind of like on the Christian side, at least with that, right? We've got thousands of years of tradition, culture, whether you agree with it or not, right? Like that's the thing that
guys, I'm so sorry. My bad. My internet's weird.
You're good, man. That's a lot better though.
But yeah, so Josh, so like I said, so basically, I gave you the examples like, oh, so where did where does this like soul, personality, where do these things come from? I'll grant you that's a pretty valid response. You said culture, environment, these things is what forms it. That's true.
That's just the personality part, right? I know you want to ask something else.
That's why I was going to say, let me be a little more precise with my question.
You basically want to know if I believe that there's something outside the material. The answer is real simple. Yeah. Exactly. The example would be there's lots of non-materialistic things that we're aware of, aka a thought. It is a thing. It is a phenomena that comes about by organic material. But that thing right there, you can't touch it. At best, you might be able to count them.
Don't you think that is right there? That you just acknowledged it, the existence of this immaterial, wouldn't that also be not proof but evidence of this immaterial intelligence?
Well, it would be evidence for consciousness,
is there.
Yeah, it would be an evidence for consciousness.
Consciousness is like a whole thing.
Well, that would be. This is now how we measure. This is now how we measure life, right? Like it used to be breath, then it was heartbeat. Now it's brain waves, which is really nothing more than we count. I guess it's a very crude way of describing it, but like the counting of synapses firing kind of thing. It's electric. It's not a problem, right? It's just not very magnificent. I don't get where the extra is. But that would, to be fair, right? Like it's the same thing back to the faith part, right? What's the difference? What's the line between believe and faith? and I know this sound, I'm not trying to be cruel about this, right? It is begging the question because it's somebody describes a thing and I'm asking for more clarifying questions and probably not getting the clarification because I'm not asking the right question. Usually what the problem is. But if it is the case that it's okay, let's
I just
say
beat the fuck out of my I beat up my electrician, so we should be good now.
Hey, Crystal.
If it is the case that
hello, boys,
we at the very least have to come down to, well, it's an intelligence, right? Like it's a thing before us and it was intelligent. That's not really much of a problem, but it's also not very useful.
No, well, I'm not making the leap, but I would definitely not say it's not useful.
Ooh,
would you
okay,
say?
so
Would you say
what could you do with
of
that?
where we came from is not useful? Of course not.
What can you do with it, right? The first, before the first man, there was something intelligent, right? What can you do with that?
Well, firstly, I see what you're saying, but where it becomes relevant is the fact that this life ends. So it could possibly give some sort of explanation to what happens afterwards. That's where it would be applicable.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know that until you died anyways.
Yeah, well, yeah, true.
So then same concept, right? Same problem that, well, I actually know.
I'm not gonna lie.
Nearly,
we're
Christianity,
having this is like
Christianity would have or Islam, but I'm a little biased toward Christianity because that's the culture I come from. But that at least would actually have usefulness.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like we're having this like massive high IQ debate right now, and I would like to see what other people also, other people on the panel also, think. If you guys have any opinion, go ahead. But
I think you guys are doing a good job.
Yeah,
back and forth debate.
Yeah, we're steamrolling
no, man. I just don't have no skin in this game. It's above my pay grade.
I'm enjoying this.
I'm enjoying it too. Yeah.
But,
I just believe in creation.
We're all enjoying you too, Crystal.
I jumped in because I actually wanted to join this little debate.
Awesome.
So Josh, first off, Josh, I'm not gonna lie, bro. You are actually you're pretty spot on with your points. I will give you that. Hopefully, you can see where I'm coming from as well.
Yeah, I get. Well, I mean, I get the idea that, okay, before us there was something intelligent. I wouldn't understand is what would be the usefulness in that. What could you do with it? Do you like the same concept? If you can't measure,
actually,
right?
it's actually funny you say that. Would you say that there's any usefulness to the immaterial you have already conceded to in our reality?
Oh, the concept of a god, highly useful.
No. Remember how like you said that? Yes, there in our reality, you are correct. There are you conceded. You said that there are immaterial factors. Do you remember agreeing to that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So do you think that those immaterial things that you did agree to, do you think that they serve any purpose?
Well, thoughts would generally be a driving factor of or at least our individual motion.
Okay. So couldn't we further apply that to other immaterial things such as this immaterial intelligence?
Yeah, but the problem is with this case is we can never demonstrate our own consciousness, not to another person.
True, but doesn't that only further prove my point? The fact that we can't see consciousness, we don't even know. And when it comes to consciousness, we don't even know where it's deriving from. We don't know.
Yeah,
we know where our heartbeat's coming from. We can see it. We can measure it. We don't know where consciousness is coming from.
Well, right, but the issue is if I go into this, right, it's kind of like I'm getting to kind of where we're starting to get in society, the whole meism, right? It's about what I feel. Well, God is this thing that I feel, right? Forget everybody else. It's only useful to me as an individual. At least with Christianity, or at least the organized religions, it basically really molds, shapes, and drives our societies forward. So productivity, they've got the trump card.
Yeah, but I mean, when it comes to the religions, I will say, like, I don't know if because they're very, again, I hate to talk about this because I don't like to anyone that's religious or anyone at all in the panel in the chat. I'm not saying that your religion's not true, but just to me personally, it's just a little difficult for me to subscribe to a particular strain of like with a whole story and it's just very difficult to know, because how could we have known? How could we have known all the way back then? I could be wrong, but I do believe in a God regardless. I believe in
Well,
theism.
I'll grant you this, right? Like the or the idea of extraordinary claims. So let's take Jesus walking on water, right? Is that really an extraordinary claim?
That's pretty wild. I mean,
okay. If it's so extraordinary,
Josh, if you saw your grandmother walking on water, would you be like, holy fuck, what the fuck?
We can pull up YouTube video of Chris Angel walking on water.
Okay, but there's a difference between there's a big difference between an illusionist on TV and your grandmother walking on water.
Okay, how do we know the difference? How do we know the difference between Chris Angel doing it and Jesus doing it? How do we know the difference?
Hey, Resla, can you highlight Agent Smith's comment about the cerebral cortex for us real quick? Nope, before that one. Mm-hmm.
What about the cortex?
He had made a comment about, where our conscious thought comes from. It comes from the cerebral cortex, and
No.
they have proven it.
No, they definitely don't. Wait, Joshua, so what were you saying?
I'm actually spiritual, not religious. I was raised in Christianity and everything. I do not follow secular religion. I believe the Bible is a guideline. It is written by man, and there's so many different translations of it that it can't be proven or disproven. But I also believe in the spiritual realm and everything else. So,
sure.
I mean, yeah, science can be proven, but
no, so I'm not discrediting science. Actually, I'm not.
Science can't disprove the God factor either.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
everybody needs something to believe in.
And in fact, actually, it's science that further actually shows us something completely different. You would think that science is going to actually show things that would actually show us in the opposite direction. It doesn't. It actually does the complete opposite. It further shows us evidence. Once again, Joshua, evidence of intelligence. Do you get what I mean?
I'm not stupid enough to think that we are the only intelligent life in the universe. There's no way.
I'm not talking about that. I mean, like that we derive from intelligence. That we, because you would imagine, obviously, a god is. This actually gets. This reminds me of, to me, how like people like to differentiate between the simulation theory and God and religion. To me, they're actually kind of the same thing, because if there was a being or beings that were able to simulate you and everything around you, well, wouldn't that be a godlike being to us?
Yeah.
Same thing,
exactly. Okay. I'm gonna bring this down to the kid level. You ever see the movie Minions? They show it in the very beginning of the movie.
I actually have not seen Minions, but
I understand.
Shout out Minions.
I understand where you're coming from. Like I said, I believe in creation, but I totally understand both your guys' argument here. I just, like I said, I had no skin in it, but I just find it wild and fascinating and amazing that, like, even because I understand where you're coming from, like, you're not debating about whether or not there's other life forms in our galaxies. Like, you're getting back to the core foundation of like where before man, like what came from what, like I at least that's what I kind of think.
Exactly.
Right.
And I'm so glad that Joshua he further actually proved that point, because he brought up the ancestor example.
Right.
That's a great example to show the existence that ancestors did exist, back in the day. And I could have made that guess by just simply actually observing that people right now in front of me are producing other people. I could trace it. It could trace that guess all the way back to ancestors, of which we know is true. Do you see what I mean?
That is very true. And with geology and different and anthropology and different sciences, we can kind of date where all the way back to when mankind was, conceived, so to speak. We evolved.
Take it easy, Lady Luck.
But at the same time, there is science and everything that proves that there was intelligent, somewhat intelligent life. There was life on the planet long before mankind walked, and long before the Bible even says mankind was here. That's why I say the Bible is written by man. Therefore, it's a guide. It's not
the
word of God.
I think that religions were basically built. Again, if you're religious, I'm not discrediting your religion, but in my opinion, I think that religions were basically built exactly from where I'm at right now. This theist sort of belief right now, and they took off from here. You see what I mean? Like they landed exactly where I'm at right now, questioning the same things. They just took off. They went somewhere else with it. They went somewhere else with it.
You know that, right? The Catholic Church is the richest and biggest corporation in the world.
It's also the reason why you exist.
The Catholic Church? Yeah, I was raised. I've received all 3 sacraments.
No, I literally mean it would also be why your parents would exist. It'd be a long list of people that exist before you to get to you.
Yeah. I won't deny that. I mean, my parents on my dad's side were from Poland and very Catholic. My parents on my biological mother's side came over on the Mayflower, England, Catholic. So yeah, I'm not going to deny that.
Well, I think we can I think it's pretty sold. I think Joshua just basically admitted he's now a theist. He's converted. He just went from a full-on secular atheist to a theist, right, Josh?
No, I'm still very much an atheist, but I'm also a Christian nationalist.
I'm sorry. Did you say that you're very much a theist? Oh, great.
A Christian nationalist, politically speaking.
I mean, honestly,
I will say, Josh, you were pretty spot on. That was actually a really, really dope convo right there. But
yeah, I was wondering when the Josh that I know is going to come out.
You mean well, I'll defend Catholicism if we need to. I mean, I'm not
Catholic, honey.
No. You want to be anti-Catholic? I'll be pro.
It's always good to meet another Mensa IQ fellow member.
Oh no, I'm as dumb as a box of rocks. I don't know why.
You're definitely no dummy. But
there's Josh I know and love.
But I will say so. Yeah, hopefully you were able to actually see the points that I'm trying to say.
Well, we can't see them because they're words and they're not typed.
Lol.
I had to throw that little sarcasm out there.
Yeah. And once again, theism has destroyed, pummeled atheism. So it's a W for all the theists.
But at the same time, when it comes to theism and everything, how do you explain ghosts and spirits and all of that?
Are we getting around to right now? Wait, what?
Go for it.
Oh wait, what was your question?
Because I am a firm believer of the spiritual realm and everything. So, ghosts, poltergeist, all that, all of it is like energy.
This is like the immaterial that, me and Josh, the immaterial.
But it does exist.
Of course, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we can't see. Look, here's a great
hell
example.
No, I'm not letting this fly.
Here's a great example. Here's a great example. Just real quick before you go on your tangent, Josh. I will say that a great example is your thoughts. Your thoughts it's the immaterial existence. It's your thoughts. We can't see your thoughts. We don't know. We can't observe them. We can't materialize them. We can't. It's like we can't.
Sure, you can. You put them down on paper.
we can't put them under a brain scan and see where, the materialized thought, but it's there. We know it's there because we can feel it. We can see it. We can, we can experience it. And that's immaterial. That is very strange. But go ahead.
But we can also count them, right? So if I were to ask you, how many ghosts have you seen?
35.
How many ghosts have I seen?
Okay. Can you describe them to your best of your ability? First, before you describe them, you have not been consuming any alcohol currently or any drug, right? In the last 72 hours, right?
No.
Oh, okay. So to your best of your ability, can you describe them for me, please?
It's more of a feeling and
fuck, I'm done.
But actually,
but what was your question, Josh?
Damn, Josh.
Honestly, my father has come to me in a ghost form after he passed away. And
he
was translucent and everything, and I could also feel him around.
Okay. Go to the translucent part. What? Describe that.
It's almost like smoke and mirrors.
As a smoker, I think I might understand. Okay. Did it interact with you in any way?
Did he? He interacts with me all the time. He messes with my fucking music.
Oh, so is it moving stuff around the house or operating equipment?
No, he just messes with my playlist when he knows that I need a wake up. It's my dad. He passed away in a motorcycle accident.
What do you mean mess with your playlist? Like stuff is missing off the phone kind of thing?
No, he'll put on a song. He'll change my music on me. For a certain meaning.
Okay, well, I don't know if that's I don't know if I believe in ghosts, but I think it just gets away from like the real question, It's like I feel like ghosts is just kind of like
Well, I'm sorry. What was the real question?
Well, the real question is ultimately, in my opinion, that we can observe patterns. We can observe patterns that ultimately land us at the conclusion that intelligence, that all of this is derivative from intelligence. That all of this, that you and I, Rez, that you and I and everything around us, it didn't come from nothing. It must have come from something. And because it's so finely well structured, because it's all like weirdly perfect, we only see perfect things. Really finely tuned structured things come from intelligence, a mind, someone behind it.
I totally
finely tuned things don't come from nothing.
I
agree with that.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna go back on bounce off that idea. I think that's pretty interesting to even think about how you said of like everything. You're questioning how everything's kind of like perfectly like perfect and like.
But
it's suspiciously perfect. It's weirdly perfect.
Well, it's almost like exactly, because like sometimes I'll sit there and wonder, and I'm like, damn, if we were just a little bit closer to the sun, we'd fry. And if we were just a little bit further away from the fucking sun, we'd freeze to death. Right?
Exactly.
Here, it's just perfect.
Yeah. And displaced energy is the whole spiritual thing. Displaced energy is the whole spiritual thing, honestly, with hauntings and all that stuff. All it is displaced energy, finding somewhere to go.
How many stars are currently mapped? Anybody got an estimate?
Fuck no. I can look it up.
People always they take this one for granted too, but for some reason it stands out to me. You think of the moon, for instance. Okay, you think of the moon. And to me, it's something that we see every night. And to me, it's like, how weird is it that, we can see these celestial bodies like the moon, of which we can see every single day. And it's got like this, it's almost like perfectly shaved, in a spherical sort of, like structure. It's like, it didn't have to assemble itself, because the argument is that, gravity is what's creating its, because the moon, it's like almost like a perfect sphere, right? But it's like, and the argument towards how it ultimately came about is that, well, gravity, the asteroids and everything, they're all crashing to one another, and over time, gravity's just kind of all pulling it to the center, making it like a spherical, like, shape. But the thing is, like, it didn't have to be that way. It's like there's still such a preciseness, in order for all of those things to clump up together to make this sphere. I mean, that's pretty fucking insane. Like,
what do you mean it didn't have to be
200 billion, by the way?
What?
What do you mean it didn't have?
Stars estimated mapped out.
Wait, sorry. Who's asking? What's the question?
No, you had said how many stars are mapped out, an estimation, about 200 billion.
Okay. I'll get back to that later. Let me deal with this first one. Okay. What do you mean it didn't have to be spherical, right? What do you mean by that specifically?
No, I mean, because ultimately the explanation towards how something like the moon, for instance, came about, its shape, right? Can you agree, firstly, Josh, that its spherical shape is pretty astonishing? The fact that it took shape, in a perfect like sphere. It could have instead been just clumps of rock. But instead, it's like a perfectly almost like shaved like sphere.
It is clumps of rock, but because
it is clumps of rock. Yes, but I mean, ultimately, what I'm trying to say is that it didn't have to mimic any sort of, because what's behind the moon is almost like geometrical. There's geometry behind it. That's what I'm signifying to, is that there's geometry behind it, and I think the fact that geometry is essentially assembling itself because it's all just clumping together. That's pretty interesting. Like that's very fucking weird.
You mean the process by which it come about, or the thing itself?
Both didn't have to. Yeah, of course.
So are you saying that it
I'm trying to understand why you find it fascinating that it is spherical, right?
Yeah.
But you have other large bodies that are also spherical.
Yeah.
Matter of fact,
I would challenge you. That actually just further proves my point, is that there is geometry, because when we talk about a sphere, when we talk about these sort of sphere, whatever, maybe sphere, square, or whatever, there's geometry that ultimately make these sort of shapes. And geometry, once again, only derives from intelligence, right? It only like the geometry that makes up a building. That doesn't assemble itself. That comes from architectures, a mind, intelligence.
Okay, let's try this. Can you point to, indicate, or even theorize a planet, a moon, or actually almost any celestial body that's square or triangle or some other shape other than spherical?
There isn't one.
Yeah,
okay. So why is that astonishing? That's kind of like looking at people and saying, "Oh, look, you got two legs." That's astonishing.
You're not looking at we're talking about the principle here, and the principle is the existence of, or the presence of geometry behind what is supposed to be being made up of, essentially like an arbitrary thing like space, right? It's like these things shouldn't be forming themselves in geometry.
They're not.
Because it's an arbitrary environment like space. Space is an incredibly chaotic, arbitrary environment. Why is it producing over and over and over again, like structures that have geometry behind them, that have structure to them? That's really strange. That is strange. I'm not saying it proves any, but that is.
And you can bring that to a think tank, Gatsby. Honestly, what? I said he can bring it to a think tank and they can figure it out. Take it over to NASA. Let them do that.
Well, yeah, objectively speaking, it is compelling. It's compelling for sure.
I mean, to me, it's just kind of goes along with the principle of I think, therefore I am. All of the points that you're making, somebody at some point came up with them. I mean, just the word spherical. Somebody, came up with
but
that.
but the word spherical is measuring
I
something
understand that.
real.
But somebody came up with that. Somebody
Sure,
made that
but
up.
but the word is just a way to measure what we're observing, which is something real.
So is the measurement that's created by us too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Both,
in this case,
Josh understands my point.
both the ruler, the ends, and
measurement's
all
not
the
an
little
abstraction.
lines that on it, and the mathematical formula behind it, all man-made. Yeah. So
thank you, Josh. That was the point I was coming to.
Yeah, but
That's
I mean,
what
it
I was
is.
trying to make. Thank you, Resla, for an enlightening conversation and break from my editing because I've got to get everything done by tomorrow. You're amazing.
Oh, she did.
Okay.
That little giggle.
Bro.
Yeah.
anyways, what's up, Piper? You've been kind of quiet. You okay?
Oh yeah, I'm good, dude. I just am interested in your guys' conversation. Like I said, I'm not beyond my pay grade in that conversation. But
it was all bunk garbage. It's basically a long series of questions that ain't none of us coming up.
That won't get anywhere because both won't know until dead.
Right.
Yeah, and then you'll be fucked.
But this is why I introduced the usefulness concept.
Right.
Yeah, but you conceded that it is useful.
What, consciousness? Yeah, it's the thing that individually drives us into some type of motion, right?
Exactly, and we can determine that other immaterial things are useful too, like this.
Okay. So if I've got a person myself, and then I've got another person, and they appear to be doing the same thing, right? Like there's these immaterial thoughts coming out of their brain, right? Is there any type of usefulness from me to that other person?
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear you. Can you say that again?
Is there any type of usefulness that you can point to between myself, like me having these immaterial thoughts, right, to the next person who appears to be having the same immaterial thoughts or same thoughts, right, but they're not identical to mine? Like
yeah, of course.
I could be thinking apple, he could be thinking orange, right?
Yeah, I could determine how well you two will communicate based on these.
Oh, so it's usefulness within manipulate. Well, I'm not.
No, yeah.
I'm not opposed. I'm not opposed to utilizing that information to manipulate others.
Yeah. Well, no. I can just determine.
Wait. What do you mean no?
No, because once again, the thoughts are essentially because you're asking me, what can I? Could I?
Yeah, just give me an example. I'm good with it.
You're sort of framing this usefulness almost like a resource, but the thing is that analyzing something, I don't have to manipulate someone in that case. I could easily just know how to navigate myself in this environment based on that. I don't need to manipulate both these people. I just know how. By knowing this, I can know.
Are people?
Hold on. I can know
by knowing
this.
Resources?
Hold on. By knowing this, I can know how they both of them will interact. I'll know how they both will interact with one another, and what type of environment will be created. In this case, and then ultimately I could use that information to know how I can navigate in these waters.
Yeah, whether I can run, whether I have to run from him because he might eat me, or because he's a food source.
Yeah,
are people not resources?
Yeah, sure, but you're sort of taking a more like malevolent sort of. You say manipulate. It's like I'm not saying that, but I'm saying just like
what's the difference? What's the difference between motivation and manipulation?
That's a massive difference between motivation and manipulation. One could have one could have the motivation to go eat cereal. Doesn't mean that I'm gonna manipulate, you know,
We do it.
the
We do it
person
all
at
the
the
time.
store, this person at the store to give me cereal or to get free cereal. I could
We
just
do it
have the
all-
motivation to go buy cereal. It doesn't
We
mean that
we
I'm
do it
gonna.
all the we do it all the
I mean,
time.
motivation could be like pursuing something or to want to do something, and manipulation would be to twist or manipulate that to get to that goal or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing an idea out
No,
there.
motivation ultimately is, in a way, it's sort of dopamine. You know, it's
Okay.
like you have the dopamine to go do this or whatever. And
Yeah.
manipulation is, it could be a resource towards getting a motivation that you want realized. You could definitely use manipulation to get a motivation that you're trying to accomplish. It doesn't
Okay.
necessarily have to be, though.
No, not even.
Absolutely.
So
That's just dishonest.
the line between motivation and manipulation is one single word: intent.
I could see that.
Yeah, but they're two different things. They're completely two different things. They're not the same thing.
Really? So,
absolutely. Yeah.
okay.
I guess if you're trying to make the abstraction that manipulation still requires some sort of motivation, I guess, but it's like, who would ever make that argument? It's like that's
We do it.
ridiculous.
We
That's
do it on a
ridiculous.
daily, actually almost an hourly basis.
What?
Yeah, we do it constantly. Almost nearly all of our interactions with other people are based on this concept.
Yeah, could you say that one more time? I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Okay, we do it constantly.
Do what?
Manipulate, or you could say motivate,
define
depending
manipulate.
on. Do what?
Define manipulate.
Pretty much to change direction, a path, a choice. Pretty much to have any type of influence on another person outside of what they desire. I'll give you a real simple answer. Parent tells child to eat his broccoli. Son or daughter, if you want to grow up big and strong, you should eat your broccoli.
Sure, but I wouldn't say what you just described as manipulation. I wouldn't call manipulation. I would just call influence. Manipulation is a particular word that is still essentially has the action.
Not in psychology.
Hold on, let me finish my point. So it has the action to influence, but it necessarily kind of has a malevolent sort of intent.
No, you're adding the good.
Absolutely, it does. 100%.
No, you're adding the good or bad.
No, absolutely it does. Because I can agree that of course we do influence people every single day. Yeah, that is true. But
no, we manipulate.
I would say there's a big difference between me influencing someone to buy something that might
and you don't
aid
believe
them.
that by nature of influence there wouldn't be malevolence behind that?
No, I think that there is a difference between both. I think that one can influence without there being a malevolent intent, right? Because I could be trying to convince you. I could be trying to Resla. I could be trying to convince you of something that is just true and might be actually helpful to you, right? And you're maybe doubting or something, and I could be trying to influence you to try to take this route, and that wouldn't be malevolent. And I could be trying to do the complete opposite. You know what I mean?
Which can also be done through manipulation.
And the complete opposite in this example, I would say that would be a little more manipulative, right?
Yeah, because you want the word to imply something, whether it be
that's what words are for, dude.
Positive.
They're to imply something.
Yes, except for that isn't the case based on the definition. It's the intent is the difference, right? That's why you would go with
exactly.
It. Okay, so what is that thin line? You said massive. I'm saying it's very thin, and it's that one word, intent, right? So how do you decide whether the intent is good or bad?
It would really have to be on it. We would have to derive from the context. It would have to be on a case by case.
You use the example. Parent says, eat your broccoli or Brussels sprouts, whatever nasty thing. Boiled okra, that's nasty. Eat your boiled okra or you won't grow up big and strong.
If you say carrots and broccoli to like an infant that's growing up, yeah, probably a good thing, right? We can measure why it's a good thing. We have empirical data to suggest the fact that it is a good thing.
Does the child actively desire to eat the boiled okra? If the child does not desire that okra and you're saying, convincing, influencing that child to eat it,
yeah, and let me just be very
that's
precise.
manipulation by definition.
Let me just be very precise, because it seems like you missed it the first time. So this, basically what I'm just simply saying is what differentiates both is ultimately the context, the content of what it is that I'm influencing them.
Yeah, that's because you want to take that example and convince other people that it's good or bad.
That's just how we do things on an everyday basis.
Yeah, that's no, how we do that on is exactly that. We manipulate most people. The vast majority.
We don't
of people
manipulate. We influence people. You're correct. But you can manipulate if you could manipulate if you want. If you're trying to do something malevolent, sure.
It's only
It's only relevant.
bad.
When,
it's only
relevant
good or
when
bad
something
if you
malevolent
decide that it is.
It's only relevant when something malevolent is relevant ultimately.
Huh?
It's manipulation's only relevant when it's towards something malevolent.
Well, if it's just relevant, period, right? Like if that's the word, it's completely subject. Again, it's the same problem. You're deciding when
you're literally just arguing on semantics right now. Like
that's
this
the
is
thing that comes
semantics.
down to it.
Like,
that's the definition. Most people
this is just
don't
ridiculous.
want to
You're just
do
arguing
the
on
thing
semantics,
that you.
Man.
Well, no, here it is, because that's the defining point. Most people don't want to do the thing that they don't want to do. So if you want to talk about this and another person wants to talk about something else, right? You don't have equal mind. Somebody's going to have to manipulate somebody else to drive it in a direction. It is always this case.
So let's say you were like a diabetes, like let's say you had like, what's the most lethal diabetes, type 2, whatever it is. And let's say you didn't want to take insulin for it. And so I'm trying to convince you to take your influence or to take your insulin and ultimately, so that you don't fucking die, basically. It's like, are you gonna say that I'm?
Yes.
Are you gonna say I'm? I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't think it's accurate.
It's literally you don't want
I would say that
die.
I'm influencing this individual.
You would use coercion.
I would say that I'm influencing this individual because that's exactly what I'm doing.
That's really manipulation.
I would say that I'm trying. You know what I would actually try. You know what I would actually.
They would have to agree of their own volition.
Did he cut out or did I? Or
I don't know.
Oh. The good and bad argument. It's a nasty one. It's always a nasty one.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hear you now.
Okay. So yeah, I wouldn't say, in that particular example, I wouldn't say that I'm manipulating. I would say I'm reasoning with this person, which still has like an influential sort of factor. I'm trying to reason with this person to take their insulin, so that they don't.
Because you want to
describe. It's just literally retarded. It's just incredibly fucking stupid to fucking to say in that example that I'm manipulating this person to take their no. It's like I would say I'm trying to reason with this person to take their insulin. It's like it's so ridiculous. It's just so fucking stupid to say the other. What?
What are you talking about? It's so ridiculous to be human.
Yeah, it is ridiculous.
Pressure against that person's will.
Now, I would say that I'm trying to reason with that individual. That's exactly what I would say. Anyone that would say I'm trying to manipulate this, it's like
I won't lie.
It's not the correct word.
I won't lie, Resla. As an authoritarian, I like this guy because, well, that's a good sales pitch, right?
Okay, so what is the? Because I've used it sometimes. What is the word coercion?
Hey, Resla, in this example I gave with the insulin, right? With the insulin example, which one sounds? Hold on, let me answer. Let me ask the question. So, which example would you say fits better? I'm trying to reason with this person to take their insulin so that they don't, so that they don't die, or I'm trying to manipulate this person.
Hold
on, let me go ahead and lay it out. I'm trying to reason with this person so that they take their insulin and they don't die, or I'm trying to manipulate this person so that they take their insulin and they don't die. Of course, it's going to be far more accurate to say I'm trying to reason with this individual. Yeah, I'm still trying to convince them, still trying to influence them, but through a reasonable lens, not through manipulation. It's completely different.
It's reasonable. Really, is reasonable.
Yeah, you got the point. You got the point.
No, is reasonable subjective or objective?
Is reasonable in that case? Would you say reasonable is objective? I guess we start getting at the principle of what we value.
And I would say reasonability is 100%.
I guess we start getting at the principle of what we value. In this case, typically speaking, we value. Hold on, what we value is human life.
Right. Oh, wait. So you're saying that because you value human life, it is
we all do
motivation and not manipulation.
If you were about to die, if you were about to die and I was with you, I'd try to make sure that that didn't go down. Yeah, we all do.
Stick with the example that you used. If a person wants to die and you don't want them to die because whatever reason you're putting onto it, like you say that you value life, right? Whatever reason, it doesn't really much matter, right? They want to die, you don't want them to die. And so you're going to do what to convince them to live?
I'm sorry, but can you say it again? It's breaking out. Can you say it again?
The person that you are talking to wants to die. You do not want them to die. What are you going to do to convince them to not die?
And what example?
Your example.
Insulin example.
Yeah, I would absolutely say that I'm trying to reason with this individual for them to take the. Is this hold on? Is this difficult of a concept to understand for you guys?
It's really not.
We're literally on
based on the psychological definition of it.
Are you trying to fucking comprehend that there's a difference between, of course, in this case, reasoning and manipulation definitely still have the intent, definitely still have the practice of influencing, of course.
You're asserting that a thing is good or bad based on your own subjective value.
Yeah, I think I proved my point pretty well.
I
proved
you proved a point.
I proved my
point.
I'll
give you that.
I proved my point, and so now I'm manipulating Josh now. I'm manipulating Josh.
No, everybody manipulates almost everybody.
Everyone does influence. Of course, everyone does influence. No one's saying, everyone does influence.
Manipulate.
It's so stupid to think otherwise.
Not influence.
You'd have to be like some low IQ, fucking like 85 IQ fucking person.
That is not. That is quite literally the definition according to psychology.
Dude, this is ridiculous.
Do we need to pull up the definition?
No, I think you can do whatever you want, dude. I mean, I proved my point pretty well.
You proved you want a thing to be something else.
I proved that words have particular strains of definitions.
Yeah, they're highly manipulative.
Yeah, words can definitely be manipulative, but that's actually kind of what you're trying to do right now.
Yes, that's because that's the difference between motivation and manipulation.
Yeah, but it takes away from though something can be manipulative, there is an objective truth in the center. There is still a truth is grounding the entirety of whatever it is you might be trying to manipulate or whatever.
Yeah, like what?
I don't know. Like what? What example?
Use your example. Use the example you have.
What's your question?
Yeah, what's that thing that you are asserting that there's this a truth inside of it? Objective truth.
What? Sorry, I couldn't hear you through my manipulation. What'd you say?
In your example of the insulin example, what is your objective truth within that?
What is the objective truth would be that I'm certainly manipulating you right now, and that that ultimately in this case, we value human life, and since we value human life, we should try to influence
how much
this
is a life
individual
worth?
too. What?
How much is a life worth?
I don't know. You tell me.
I not much, to be honest with you, if you're asking mine, but
Yeah.
I
So
say value is
here,
subjective.
and here we go. To anyone in the chat, like, here we go. Here's the big distinction, is a matter of difference of principles. Like, see, Josh right here is admitting to the fact. Josh right here is admitting to the fact that it seems like he doesn't value human life, and my ideology ultimately is the complete opposite. We do. So it's just a matter of difference of principles, and thus probably explains the reason why there's like whole differentiation to words.
Well, yeah, because while we're telling a story to somebody, we're trying to make it sound good.
But the thing is
bad.
that the words themselves do have an objective truth behind it as well.
Really? Yeah,
Yeah.
I gave you an example. You didn't like it. The intent, right?
Okay. What example?
The example, or with the definition, the difference between motivation and manipulation is just one word: intent.
Okay, so yeah,
that's the thing, right?
We conceded the point. Yeah, they both have an influential intention, sure, but that's actually why they're two
where is
different
the
words.
influence
Hold
part?
on.
Why are you adding something to it?
That's precisely why they're two different words, dude.
Yeah, why are you adding something to it?
Wait, what?
The intent. If intent is the defining line, if that's the line in between the two, right? Why are you adding the influential intent?
I'm not adding anything. They both have it.
Why is it needed within the definition?
To manipulate?
No. Influential intent.
Influential intent?
Yes.
Why is it? I'm sorry. Your question's retarded. What are you saying? Say it again.
Why are you adding? If the defining line, I'm going to say this again. If the defining line between motivation and manipulation is one word, intent, why are you adding the influence part into it?
But firstly, motivation's like, this is so ridiculous. Motivation and manipulation, in particular, you could actually probably have a stronger position.
I'm laughing to myself because, quite frankly, you guys are literally arguing the same thing, but you're not choosing the proper words. Because literally, let me tell you why. Josh, when you're talking about manipulation, and I agree, the same way I'm also going to agree with Gatsby, but the difference is between both of your standpoints is that one person is arguing it in a quote selfish, and the other one is quote is arguing it on the selfless act. That's it.
The selfish.
Yeah, but actually, this goes to further show my point, which is it's a difference of a matter of principles. Josh's principles are different than mine, which is why ultimately he's choosing, he's ultimately trying to, funny enough, like manipulate the words himself. But actually, no, there is still a truth to the words themselves. And I think I properly actually showed that when I said that I would use reason in that example of insulin rather than manipulate. That just wouldn't really fit. You understand what grammatically speaking, it wouldn't fit.
So let me put it this way, and I'll go to the insulin situation, and I can see how I can put it out for the both of you guys to see exactly where you guys are coming from. Josh, if he is giving insulin to an old woman and he is quote persuading her, but the intent is to get her to do what he wants, that's manipulation. If he is trying to persuade her to do something that will be in her benefit, that will be influence.
Influence?
Yes.
They're both influential.
Yeah.
No.
They are both influential.
One is under selfless intent, the other one under selfish intent.
Exactly. And that's my point.
I'm laughing that you guys are arguing because you keep saying intent, which is correct, but whose intent?
Correct. But the problem is if the other person does not want the thing, in this case, the insulin, and you want this person to want the thing or take the thing, take the insulin, right? It's manipulation regardless.
It's still just one. This is sorry. Yeah, I think the points have been made.
Yeah, you selectively.
That was just ridiculous. Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
that was
well,
fucking ridiculous.
That
was like some low IQ fucking 85.
You
IQ
want
type
to
of debate.
indicate to what other people is good or bad.
Sorry, I can't hear past my manipulation. What'd you say?
I already said it.
I didn't hear you. That's why
I said
asked you to say it
you
again.
want to dictate to other people what is
You
good and
you
what
want
is
to take
bad.
in dick? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I agree.
He wants to take in dick? What? What do you agree on? Hello?
Yeah. I think I am finished. think I am done. It has been good. Shit, what the hell was I even talking to prior? Oh my gosh.
I don't even know.
I came in when Glenn was here. I was kind of hoping to get a couple more questions in.
Oh, did you want to manipulate more questions in?
Clarification.
Oh.
People describe a thing, they kind of add stuff to it, and it takes away from your the ability to comprehend a thing.
Sure. What's your point?
Well, you can conclude like lots of things from it. So an example would be God is good until he's genociding the Amalekites, right? It's how
I
you
think it was a good thing.
Well, how do you know? Have you ever met a Amalekite?
No, but they have a bad reputation. They weren't Aryan enough.
So
wait, Josh, what are you? Are you Jewish, by the way?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Okay, guys, I'm going to end this out because it's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere.
Peace out, Rez.
All right. Josh, let me drop it real quick and then I'll get to everybody else. All right, everybody, that's going to be pretty much for the night. This all pretty much got started because we were actually talking about, you got me all brain farting now, freaking 7 deadly sins. Pretty much thank you guys. Thank you for actually sticking out for as long as you did pretty much on this journey. We were getting into this whole thing about 7 deadly sin. I think we had a really great conversation. Then, of course, it kind of just went everywhere else, but that's just kind of the way it goes. And then after a while, I was just like, let them have cake. Let them do it. Like the battle against whose mind is better, which really, if you ask me, both lost. If you ask me. But pretty much the battle for you guys as to what your sin is pretty much going to be the biggest part that people have to all go through when it comes to just their acknowledging their parts in the humans exchange process, right? But guys, if you enjoyed this stream or if you enjoyed what the content that we got going on, I do want to thank everybody, of course, who donated today, who did the super chat. I am so hyped that we're in that. If you have people that you think will like this content, of course, feel free to actually share the content. On top of that, like if you haven't already, sub, of course, if you haven't already. And I hope you guys found value in today's episode. So until next time, guys, stay opinionated. See you in the next one.